Yeah, so yeah, we're talking about that. Why we're like, what are you talking about, smiling guy?
Eh. Well, by the accounts of Bryson, there could be some methods of. Sorry. There could be some valuable information about where his prior study was. Eh. Do you need any? Do you want to ask any follow-up questions about it?
I don't know. Like, where was it? What's going on?
Right. Well, it's more of a. What's the word I'm looking for? So the study is near the docks around around your newly current sector bordering the Vipers. Just just off to the side of the carnival we went to, if you remember that, Vi. And I think there could be some valuable information regarding the rituals and tactics the corrupt use that cult. Maybe some information about their leaders. Or heck, even Exodus itself. I guess, the Exodus army. Where's the other two, by the way?
I don't know.
I was referring to Icky and Annar.
Oh, you were. Oh. I just realized Annar was not on the, or she is on the map, but she's in the bathroom where I left her beforehand.
So Dristal, you would see the candelabra in front of you kind of shift a little bit. And Undyne would know where I am, but maybe she's hesitant to say anything.
Is she a snitch?
I don't know. You guys are gonna try to pry it out of her or what?
Just like
we don't
just
know.
over
She
and
knows where you
ask.
are.
Like, he's not super cautious about a flickering flame unless it's really, really out of place.
It moves again.
Annar shows up. Alright, why miss?
Just was talking about some smiley guy. I don't know. I didn't really.
A smelly guy.
Yeah, I didn't really pay attention. He said something, but
Damn.
Really, what Spike wasn't paying attention when you were explaining your whatever you were talking about, because I thought you were asking Josh something, and then once we got into the game, I was like, I heard smelly guy at the end, and I was like, I don't know what happened. I asked like, what about a smelly guy? You kind of just didn't reiterate completely, so I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I can't.
You said it in your
surprise
voice, not
to
your.
say. Right. Anyways, right. So, when I was interrogating Bryson about his time in the cult, I learned that he is a leader who has a study or had a study that is by the old circus or the carnival that is right outside of the Viper territory near the docks. I believe there could be some information regarding Exodus, their leaders, or more likely the process they use in creating the, corrupt and corrupt dependents. My belief is that we could intercept and learn this information and find a countermeasure to it.
So, I mean, we just investigate the docks?
You
So what
see-
you're saying is we should go incognito.
If you'd like, again, it's in now Jester territory. So,
Yeah, but there's no guarantee that he's going to want to talk to us. I mean,
if he's
he ain't
even
exactly a
there,
jester.
I guess I should note that one day he did leave for a few weeks and hasn't returned since Bryson can't remember. And it was before we even showed up. So I don't know how long he's been gone. So I would recommend being on guard, but if it's Exodus involved, I'm not really sure what good going incognito would do.
Well, why draw a lot of dresses?
If you like to dress up, pretend you're someone you're not, fine, as long as it doesn't jeopardize it.
I'm just saying, she already has a lot of dresses on standby. We could just, use them. I think you look pretty good on dressed. Maybe a ball gown.
But why? What? Like, a disguise is not just getting dressed up, right? I mean,
Essentially, I mean, a disguise, you put on different clothing, wear makeup. I mean, it's basically like a salon in some cases. You can wear wigs.
Annar, you feel something touch the side of your elbow.
The fuck?
There's nothing there. Except a candelabra sitting next to you.
Did the candelabra move?
Yeah, it didn't move. But I think Vi would be the only one paying attention if she saw it, because I just imagined that her vision is like, where's my little tool? It's like that, facing this way. So she might have seen it, but you, I don't know if you were.
No, I'd say Dristal was too busy re-explaining the situation.
Yeah, then you
that
wouldn't
was
have
his
seen
low
it
perception. Yeah.
and Vi is kind of looking at Dristal, but then looks at Ezekiel, then looks at Annar, and looks at right.
move. Yeah,
like,
and it's sitting like right like here in this like little area.
yeah,
that
she's not
touched
looking
her.
that
Yeah.
far. Yeah, she has nothing to look towards.
So Ezekiel might have seen it.
Yeah, so Ezekiel just kind of raised an eyebrow. It figures one of y'all doing something silly. He's gonna look around to see if anyone else is like noticing it or acknowledging it, and just kind of shrug it off, but keep his eye on it. So
Red light, green light, Icky, let's go.
But once it sits next to Dristal, he's like, wait. Dristal, what is that?
It's a candle. Candelabra, technically.
And now your elbow is sticky, by the way.
Oh, it's right next to her. No, okay, no that. Yeah, he's like, do you not realize that it was on the table?
I mean, it already was on the table, so I mean,
You just hear it go clink, 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 and fall on the floor, and then roll under the table.
And none of you are doing this?
well, so yeah, ghosts. Looks like you can eat.
It's not me. It's not.
Yeah, but if it's a ghost, you can eat it.
Wait, eat? Huh?
Eat ghosts?
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't smell anything.
Damn.
Would you
Dristal walks forward. I don't sense anyone nearby. That isn't supposed to be.
And Dan's gonna sniff really hard.
She would know that Icky is the candelabra, so whether she plays along, that's with her or not. So
Oh, okay. Hey, you're late. Are you? Have you been the entire here the entire?
But
She's gonna knock on it.
Undyne, what are you talking about?
Oh, Come on now, stop being silly.
Dristal just bends down, just picks up the candelabra and puts it back on the table.
As soon as you touch it, you go, ah!
Oh, the fuck! Iggy! Since when
Like-
you turn into shit?
It's a thing. I wasn't really sure how to like move and stuff, and I figured it out at the last second. Oh
Were you
thank God.
Were you
Oh,
trapped?
shit. I don't know. I had some ability to move, but it's a lot harder to move whenever you don't have legs.
Oh. I saw this one movie one time where all of the furniture was acting
Oh yeah.
on your legs and things.
Is
Even the
that
dishes.
is that new?
Kind of. The movie or no?
No, like him, like you turn into things. Like is that? I remember you always turn into things, but I don't remember you turn into things.
Yesterday I went to the library, back again, because I didn't know just that book report that he was supposed to do.
Did you?
So I was gonna go do it, and I stumbled across a monster encyclopedia, and I came across an entry about why am I winded about something called a mimic, and they have the ability to turn into things. And I thought that sounds something like I could do, so I tried it, and I haven't been able to change since.
Wait, so have you been in that thing for like the entire?
Yeah, for the entire day.
So
I'm a little stiff.
is it because Dristal touched you?
I started to slowly start to hear voices, and I started able to like wiggle around. So I went towards the voices, and I tried to touch the voice, and then I was like, okay, well, try and move, and then I fell off the table, I guess. And then Dristal touched me, and I'm like, right, that's how it feels like to be human. And then I was able to turn myself back.
You see Dristal, like as soon as you popped in that form, he reached for his knife and was in the guarding position, like in a split second. He needs he needs a moment to calm down while you guys were talking.
Also, roll me a d6. On a 6, you're touching somewhere inappropriate. Okay, you're just touching.
Fortunately, not.
Wait,
Well.
just to be clear, was that candelabra on fire? Yes and no. I don't think it was it?
No, I don't know if I can replicate fire. I mean, maybe I could, but I'm not. I don't know if I want to try that out right now.
Yeah, I recommend not turning into that again, because someone tries to light you, you'll be on fire.
But if I'm a candelabra, don't they already get lit on? I don't know the extent of this ability yet. I'm still. It's pretty new to me.
If you were into candelabra and I set your wick on fire, and you're on fire for like a while, would you, when you come out of it, be all melted?
I don't think so.
Like Kindle
It-
Lava
it's
is a
like the
candle
same-
holder.
Yeah, I mean, the candles are what melt. I was the metal part.
So if I
Cool.
put candles into the candelabra, would that be sticking it into your holes?
I guess.
Unknown's gonna start giggling.
I don't think you'd want a waxy hole.
Yeah. Then if you like light yourself on fire and then like you burn out a little bit, does that mean when you turn back you're missing part of you?
I told you, I don't know the extent of this ability yet.
You guys
Further
are cute.
test. Yeah. The girl is
If you turn
suggestible.
into a
Don't.
chest- If you turn into a chest and we put stuff into the chest and then you turn back, would you have all that stuff inside you?
You want to try?
Oh.
I mean, we could attempt it. Anyone got something we can put in them?
I mean, sure. I turn into a chest.
Alright, let's see what I got.
We should start small, like with the coin or something.
Right.
Oh,
Anyone have a
let me
coin?
check. How do we check if it's in him?
Well, if it's not on the ground or in his pocket, I'm gonna assume it's inside of him.
Oh,
So we probably should have.
Sorry, you finish first, and I'll ask.
We probably should put in something kind of small and not going to kill him, because if it gets internal bleeding, I don't think we can save him.
Okay. A question for Icabon, I guess, Nick. So, did Dristal pick up and place the candle before transforming, or was it as soon as you touched?
Yeah, as soon as you touched him.
Okay. Was just what was checking to see if there was a weight difference. Like, did you weigh an Icky or did you weigh a candle holder?
You like touched it and then picked it up, and you felt that there was a weight difference, and then it turned into Icky. But you didn't get anywhere with it. You know what I'm saying? You didn't pull it up and put it back on the table.
Okay. So, Dristal can confidently say it's heavier than it's supposed to be.
It's not heavier.
Oh, I thought you said there was a definite weight to it.
No. Like you would pick up. It would feel like you had picked up a candelabra. It has an appropriate weight.
Oh, okay.
I got an idea. Annar's going to get to the Icky chest. The Icky chest. And she is going to put a ration inside of it.
As you open it, there's just giant, jagged teeth inside.
Oh god, fuck! Yo, that is fucking... Ugh.
And then you see a single eye kind of peering at you as you open it.
Oh, can you not? That's really weird. Just close your eye.
It closes.
And I just grab ration, I just put it in there, and I'm like, oh god, that was weird.
Your hand is kind of slimy.
Oh. Feels like I fisted a troll.
Wait, you fisted a troll before?
The box opens. Well, how does that feel like? The lid kind of opens up. Oh, hey, I can talk.
Do you feel full?
I feel like there's something in my mouth.
Say ah.
Oh, and the chest opens.
Oh, I thought you were turning back to regular Icky.
No, I'm still the chest.
Alright, so still in there. I'm gonna close the Icky chest mouth, and then just kick it aside like, hey, we're ready.
Oh, you want me to change back? And
yeah,
they change back, and the coin is on the floor.
I didn't put a coin in, yeah, put a ration in, yeah.
The ration is on the floor.
Ah, alright, so good news. We can't put anything in there that would hurt him. Bad news, we can't use Icky as a personal piggy bank.
Yeah.
That's what
That's what you guys focus on. That's what you guys thought.
So that was a fun experience.
You good, sir? You good, surprise?
Yeah. Fucking Spike.
And Surprise like, because you turn into a mimic, not a regular chest. But what if you turn into a regular chest and we put stuff inside of you?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's a difference.
What if we turn you into a butt plug, we put you into someone, and you come back out? We explode outside of them.
Not it.
Not it.
Dristal.
I'd rather not. Thank you.
I mean, it could be an instant kill move.
How about we step away from butt plug destruction and things of that nature for a moment?
Also, what is with you people and sticking me in places that you really shouldn't be sticking things? Like, what is wrong with you people?
Look, I'm just trying to be creative here.
Anyways, Icky, that seems to be a textbook example of what mimics normally turn into. I mean, threats are chased for the most part. Second thing being doors, tables.
Yeah, but why? Not why do they do it? Why can I do it?
That is
Oh,
a good
you turn into
question.
things.
I mean, more typical. I mean, you're not really. Maybe something about your biology. Um, Dristal kind
Yeah,
of leans
see,
in. He's not sure how secretive it is.
I mean, considering, I did it right here in front of the guild hall, so I guess not too.
You wanna
I
take
imagine
it?
that everyone within the guild at this point probably knows.
Okay. Well, I mean, perhaps your DNA has been spliced with some mimic. I mean, you are a shape changer by nature.
Oh yeah, you're like a
Yeah, but-
weird. You're not like a person. You're not like a. You're like something
It
different.
gives us person.
I mean, that's kind of rude. He's a person. Yeah.
No, you're not like a normal
Just-
like whatever it is that turns into things, right? Like, aren't you something like special or different?
I mean, I thought, but I've never seen Grants turn into a thing. She's never like done that before. But I mean,
Oh, maybe it's like the new stuff you got. Maybe it's like
Or perhaps
your-
they can, but that hasn't shown it.
maybe like your
Or
envy
you did not
power
notice
is
it.
so strong now. You're envious of things and not just people. Now you can turn into things.
I've reached a new level of envy that I am envious of inanimate objects.
Yeah, you're like, man, I wish I can get stuff put inside me.
I have an idea. Can you turn into a building?
Let me try.
Preferably not on this
Step
building.
outside.
Preferably not on this building.
Outside right now.
Icky goes outside
Um,
and goes to the street.
Sorry to ask this. I know I rolled independently. Dristal was rolling to see if he knew anything about mimics. Does he know about any accounts of a mimic being as large as a building?
It exists, right?
Yes, so specifically within Icky's lore part that I've inputted into the world, there is such a thing. So it really just depends. What'd you roll?
A 25?
Yeah.
20?
So you would know that they're called hives, and they haven't really had a record of how big they could get. Some have been roughly the size of houses, but I would say you rolled a nat 20, so you would probably have heard of the king mimic.
Don't you mean
One-
the Mimic King?
The mimic king, yeah. I mean,
The
mimic
pudding
king, mimic,
Sorry.
same difference.
Just thinking back to that dancing pudding. Go on, continue.
Yeah, you probably would have heard a rumor of like a mimic bigger than all the others.
Alright. Perhaps we should wait in the backyard where high walls kind of.
Oh yeah, that's smart.
Obscurity
That's smart. Yeah,
place.
That's I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm out of my right mind. Or okay. House. And then Icky turns into a dollhouse. a fairly big dollhouse.
How big are we talking? Can I crawl into it?
It would be at least 6 feet wide and 6 feet high, at least.
Do I have to
Medium
control
object.
my body?
You can put your head in the front door.
Yeah, you can put your head in the front door.
I open the door and I look inside.
You see a well decorated interior with a chandelier and glass, like a pristine dollhouse, like something that you may have owned whenever you were a kid.
That's pretty nice.
And the rug is actually a tongue.
I grab some grass and I rub it on the tongue.
I'm gonna roll a con. Let's see if I can maintain it.
Not one. Nah.
16. Yeah, it's a little slimy. but the house doesn't move. In fact, you look on the wall and you see a mirror, and the mirror kind of blinks, and there's an eye looking at you.
Hi, Icky.
Hello.
I think I'm giving Dristal a migraine.
Hey, Grandma.
Yeah, of his mouth.
Oh, the door closes.
Annar, what is the first thing you do is assault people?
I didn't assault him. If I did, I would have used a block of salt. I used grass.
I know you. I'm aware you know what I mean.
Are you sure about that?
You see the dollhouse kind of like get up and like start moving slowly towards the eye.
Are you really sure that I know that? Because I have an intelligence of -1.
Okay, where are you pulling these numbers from?
Oh, from that thing behind your head.
What?
What?
As soon as he turns around, I just run away. Just over the wall. Other side.
No, like, I did not hear what you said.
Oh. No, it says, oh, on the things on the back of your heads.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Dristal's not gonna fall for the look behind you thing.
Look, alright, I
By
can
the
tell
way,
you.
how's the pig finding coming along?
Sadly, no pig yet. Not even a piglet. Kinda sucks.
Why do you want a pig? You hear kind of echo from the house.
Oh, that could be cute.
I mean,
You see the house kind of reel up backwards, and then you just see a furball kind of jettison out of the doorway. Let's see if
if
I get a
it's
pig.
okay, hold on. If it's a ferret, can it like land on Dristal's face?
It's a okay. Roll a D2.
D2.
I don't have a separate art for the bigger badger, so bigger one
Okay.
is 2, the smaller one is 1.
I'll roll. I'll roll D4 and odds small.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah.
So a giant weasel comes out of the dollhouse.
Oh, and Dristal just kind of plops to the ground. Icabon. Like,
Who are you talking to? Icky. Not Icabon. Icabon's dead. Icky.
like,
Can I call you Bonbon?
That's a good one.
Why?
I mean, if Icabon's dead and Icky is alive still, then where's Bonbon?
I don't know who Bonbon is.
Well, Icky, Bon, Icabon. Boom. So where's the other half?
I mean, you. Do we really need to have this conversation right now?
I mean, I think she's asking to give you a nickname in a very awkward way.
I mean, I guess, but if it, I mean, if you want to call me Bon, I guess it's not even close. But
I mean, it's kind of cute. I mean, it's a good girl's name. So I mean, if you're,
but it doesn't. There's a theme with all of my names. If you haven't noticed,
I haven't noticed.
all my mask names have I as their beginning because that's how I ground myself. It's how I stay conscious of who I am.
Yeah. You still be you. You still have the I, but I mean, it's a nickname. It's not your name.
Alright, Annar, I have a challenge for you.
Alright, what is it?
Make one for Vi.
Yeah. Better be good.
Make a good one, and I'll let you call me Bonbon whenever you want.
Alright, and then for I, let's do... I say we call her, Violet.
It seems like we're adding things to her name.
Yeah, that one's a little... And then we can call me Vi for short for Violet. There we go. Done.
I think
No,
that
no.
is counterproductive because
Yeah.
a nickname is supposed to be a moniker, not like a
Well, no,
longer
hold on.
version.
There's not a whole lot I could do with Vi. I mean, what am I supposed to say? V?
I mean,
We only have
Hey,
something I.
what?
Be right back, guys.
Okay. And also,
well, I probably would call her vinegar.
Yeah. That doesn't even... Violet makes
Well,
more sense
you're
than vinegar.
unpleasant to be around most of the time. Useful when you're needed.
That's just not true.
It's 100% true.
I mean, I'll accept like princess or something like that, maybe queen, you know.
Hey, but yes, with your bloody knuckles.
Okay. Are you just jealous that you have to use a big sword?
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I mean, he's pretty strong. He's got a 20.
Oh, I mean, you probably don't have eyes like vinegar too, because I never use a sword.
Or an axe, whatever it is you have. Swing something big around.
the windows on the dollhouse kind of like shut, like trying to, like they crack open for a bit, but then they're like held shut. You get the feeling he's trying to hold back a laugh. I wouldn't know if have you seen him swinging around big things like that?
Does it every now
Oh,
and then?
Besides his dick?
No one will know that since I think he's like a virgin or something. I don't remember. I think we talked about that.
No, you guys actually didn't talk about like him being a virgin.
I thought Vi did. I thought Vi like asked that question because of when she noticed that you were being all weird with
No,
me.
like she says that her and Dristal were taking things slow, but that doesn't mean he's a virgin.
He just leaned his dick around.
Okay.
If he drops his pants, he can use that as a battering ram.
So, well, I mean, we can always just ask Lauren.
Dristal, for the sake of knowledge, hit me with your axe. Or Vi, if you want to punch me, that's fine too.
I'll do it!
Hit the dollhouse with the axe, see what happens.
Are you sure, Icabon? Icky?
No, I'm not, but I gotta know if
And I was
this is
going
gonna
to
have
run.
consequences.
And I was going to run and body slam it.
You have to know if dollhouses are immune to axes. I can tell you if they're not.
I could have just used it. I can just use a dagger. Or,
Another body slam.
punch it, you know.
Another
Go
body
ahead
slam.
Yeah, go ahead and make an attack.
Anar?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, as we're just talking about this, Anar just rushes in.
I want to hit.
I just run in, jump up, and just slam my body down on top of him. What do you need to roll?
Roll an attack.
Yeah, roll an attack.
Your monk just doing an arm thing. Yeah.
There you go.
Roll damage. Okay, so you go and punch the house.
I don't punch it, body slam it.
Oh yeah, you body slam the house. You can feel the impact of the wood, and you can hear like a creak inside, like something like tilted, but the house is still standing.
Damn, that is a sturdy dollhouse. Probably pays to have pretty good AC.
Okay, well, I mean, that didn't
Doesn't
hurt.
make
Are you
sense either way.
okay?
Yeah, it didn't hurt me. You want to
Well.
try something harder?
I go out my stick.
Try a weapon. Yeah.
Alright, here you go. I thwap with my quarterstaff.
I can imagine it bounces off the house and hits you in the head.
Slammed on the grass has missed the house.
Just bing dong boom. Ow! Fuck! My fucking nose! Oh!
Did you just miss the house? Really? Didn't even move.
No, I did hit the house. It just bounced back. Oh!
I mean, I say you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, but I'm not a barn.
Shut up!
Dristal's holding in a laugh.
I flip the dollhouse off and just magic missile.
Roll damage.
Uh,
I mean, it already did.
she did.
How many is
So-
it? It's 5, right? Or
It,
three bolts?
yeah,
1,
3 bolts.
2, 3. So that's
12
12.
damage.
The house looks pretty battered, but it's still standing. Like, no, didn't feel nothing.
Ugh. No,
I-
for a dollhouse, you're pretty sturdy.
Is it
Yeah.
alright for Dristal to insight Icky?
If I'm feeling pain?
Yeah. Like, if you don't want me to do it, that's fine.
No. I mean, insight. I mean, I'm not hiding it. I mean, I don't sound like I'm lying.
It's like, you guys really can't beat up
Yeah.
a dollhouse. I mean, come on. The guy walks over and starts beating the crap out of the dollhouse.
Perhaps we shouldn't, beat up your companion.
Just like you got a strong of 20, pick him up and throw him in the air.
Okay, where are you getting these numbers from?
I told you on the back of your head.
Just beats the crap out of the dollhouse.
Yeah.
What
So
is wrong with you?
the last one, as you kind of, I don't know how you describe your last hit.
She just walks up and starts to, she just like, I guess, punches it. Punch, kick.
Yeah. So as you kick, the last, like, you go through the roof of the door, or the roof of the house, and like it collapses, and then you see Icky kind of like revert back, and then the momentum of the kick is still like coming straight for his face, and hits them straight in the face, and they take.
Fuck.
I take 9 points of damage.
See? This is a house.
Fuck, you just kicked Icky right in the face.
Oh, that one I felt. Oh,
You
why
alright?
in the face? Why do you always kick me in the face?
I don't know. I just hit the house. Your face just happened to be there. I guess it's like a sixth sense or something. I just know where your face is. I don't
You
know.
just know where my face is? Oh.
Yes.
Well, if you knew that, then why did you know the candelabra was Icky?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Wasn't looking for him.
Oh, it's good to know that there's a threshold until I start feeling pain.
You alright?
Yeah. That just, caught me off guard. Well, that's good to know.
Need some
Like
ice
magic.
on?
No, I'll be fine. I'll get a sandwich somewhere.
I don't think putting a sandwich on her face will fix the pain. Or the broken
You
nose.
obviously haven't had a good enough sandwich, that's all I'm saying.
It's that foot. Now this foot, and then she kicks you again, but it heals you instead.
Oh, there you go. I was like, damn, Spikey being aggressive today.
See, where is it?
Take this, you nerd.
Boom. And boom. At the same time.
At the same time, overhealing.
Yeah. It's like boom, boom. Like, it's like the kick, and then because I was touching, then the heal. I think I can do it as like a bonus action, so it's like bonus and main action, I think. When you use familiar blows, you can replace one of your unarmed strikes. Yeah, I guess I can technically do that. I guess now I have to familiar blow, so I have to do an attack, so never mind. I have a free cure wounds, I'm gonna use it.
Well, that was a useful experiment, I guess. Thank you for indulging.
No problem. Whenever you need me to beat
Maybe
up
I shouldn't
your-
thank you for hurting me. Maybe I shouldn't encourage that kind of behavior.
That's fine. You can thank
So I
me.
guess I missed the combat.
Yeah, word voice Icky, don't thank someone for kicking you in the face.
I mean, it happened before. I mean, usually it's in my bedroom, but I mean, you know, people usually thank me for that. Wink.
You're into some really weird stuff, lady.
Not that weird.
Tell me about it.
You don't want to like to get kicked?
Do you bring like the thugs in and just like harass them, and then they just like thank you, or
No.
what?
No, I can do that like normally. I don't have to bring thugs in.
I don't know, man. I don't know what you, man. You sound like you got some kinks, and I'm not here to kink shame, but you know what?
I mean, it sounds like
Keep me
you
out of
are.
them.
You have an 11. Don't think too much about it. Just accept it and move on. Trust me.
Yeah. All right. Well, we gotta go find Smiley, right?
We have an 11.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Reconnaissance is probably best strategy. Like, you know,
I mean, what are the chances they're still there?
well,
Bryson
you don't
doesn't
want to be
report.
half-fuck.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, please continue first.
I was gonna say Bryson hasn't shown up in almost a month. Bailey failed and disappeared. Doesn't seem like there'd be any reason to stay. I mean, at least I wouldn't. And I would make sure that I left a trap for whoever came looking for me. But I'm also, paranoid, so there's that.
I mean, this case is sensible. We have I mean, yes, leaving a trap. That's kind of the point of reconnaissance. Pointing out any information, either helpful or hurtful, you know?
Alright, all this is important, but I have a quick question. Icky, if you turn into a piece of paper, can I turn you into a paper airplane and throw you over there and you can just, like, crawl underneath one of the wall frames or something?
I don't know if I can turn myself into something that small. I haven't tried.
I mean, we could do that we could easily sneak in and we can just have him unlock the door on the other side.
Well, it's not like it's a free thing for me to do. It does take some of my powers to do that, but not magically. It's more innate, I feel. But
Let's
I
say
have a
you're running
limit
out of
down.
charges then. Alright.
No,
try again
I mean, I have some, but if we're about to go into a place that is possibly, what's the word, trapped, I'd prefer to have a couple of tricks up my sleeve at least. That's why I was like, maybe we can get a sandwich before we head out,
Alright.
Yeah, because if we can turn something really small, like a marble, we can throw you at someone, and then as soon as you smash into them, you might hurt yourself, then turn back into you, and then stick to them, and then blow them up.
What I was noticing is that every time I touched Annar, I always left some of that slime stuff that I seep.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if I might be able to hold people down as well in that kind of form.
I still think a good idea would be with the marble thing, we just shove that into one of the mouths and you pop open and you just annihilate the fucking head.
I mean, I wouldn't mind the slow turn to look at Dristal.
You also blowing someone's head up like that, you also gotta know the people, him growing, he's gonna be in a skull.
Yeah, that'll probably hurt me too.
Yeah, I mean,
If not kill you as well.
I mean, not unless you get into one of your bigger forms, like if an actual person. I mean, I don't think a person can fit inside a normal human's head.
Yeah, but him growing.
No,
Well,
but
maybe he got a pretty long one.
Some
but the
point,
rapid expansion inside of the cranium, it could puncture a lung or...
Dristal, I've got an intelligence of 9. Can you dumb it down, please?
You could seriously get hurt, if not cut to ribbons. Maybe even explode, along with the person's head you're blowing up.
It's equal and opposite forces. I might hurt myself just as much as I hurt them. And while if they're like super weak, maybe I could get away with it. It might be a little risky. It's like kind of like your cape. Haven't you ever accidentally like landed yourself in a wall?
No.
Don't do it. It hurts.
There was one time I accidentally landed on top of a horse and he bucked me off and kicked me in the side of the head.
Oh yeah, there was another
Might
thing I wanted to
explain
try.
so much.
I don't want to. So okay. So for the sake of while we're here in the back, I've also kind of made a new spell, but it's kind of risky.
Obviously.
It could put someone in a lot of danger, but if used correctly, could also be really useful. And I kind of have to explain it to you now, otherwise, when it happens, you probably won't understand what to do. So, in order to make this useful, I guess I should show you now. Then, Dristal, take that weasel right there, and just chuck him.
Okay. Do you need me to chuck him very far away?
Let's do this. Throw him up in the air.
Okay, Dristal is going to take a deep breath. Activating Giant Smite. And 22.
Okay,
As he
so
launches him up in the air.
yeah, I would say you probably overshoot. He goes further. I'm like, oh shit, he's out of range. He's like falling. And as he gets to a certain distance, you see Icky clap their hands, and it kind of rings out for a second. And suddenly, the weasel is where Icky was, and Icky is now 60 feet in the air.
he falls to his death. No.
Try to catch him. I go through.
Yeah, it's out of this spell.
Goodness.
Are you gonna try and catch me or what?
Yes. I'm not sure if I have to
Dex.
roll.
Yeah, Dex roll.
Okay, dexterity.
I'm gonna help.
Well, I mean it's the same
Yeah.
roll. Dristal just goes and like just catches him and swallows Icky like a baby for a moment.
So you try and catch Icky, and as you like have your hands open, she tumbles off of you and like lands perfectly fine. I didn't need you to help me.
You didn't what?
Anyway, I didn't need you to help me. I can ignore fall damage.
I can't hear you like when you're laughing.
I'm sorry. I can ignore fall damage. I didn't need you to catch me, but I appreciate it.
Alright.
So I'm able to connect one of us through sound, and if you hear that sound, then we can change places. If you're in a bad spot, I could put you in a good spot, and if I'm in a bad spot, you could take my place, but that's where it becomes you have to want to come.
Yeah.
So if I had just done it, you wouldn't have known that's what that was for. I mean, I can try and force it, but it becomes a contest of wills at that point.
If I was like, I can kind of do the same thing. I just gotta like walk up to you and move you. Like, watch.
Yeah.
Look, she walks up and like she just like moves you out of the way and puts you where she is and where you are. See?
Yeah, that's where I kind of got the idea from.
Magic.
But this allows me to be at a distance, and maybe if this stays between us, this could be a tactic that puts us in a more advantageous position.
Mhm.
Not.
What about when you put these things into our pockets, though? I mean, are you gonna ruin our pants?
Wait, what are you talking about? Pockets?
You put these little fuzzballs into our pockets all the time. At least you try to.
I mean, yeah, I do, but I mean, they typically are for protection most of the time.
Guys, like, they don't even fit
Most
in
of the time.
pocket.
I mean, I haven't used them on you guys in a while. I can't say much for some of the Viper members or
I'm gonna check my pockets real quick.
there's nothing in there.
Damn right there better not be. Don't want to weasel my pants.
Wink.
I mean, it could be a lot of other different things too. You could get Bruno.
The fuck's a Bruno?
Oh,
Bruno's a Bruno.
I tried to move like reindeer once.
A reindeer?
I have like a reindeer, right? Like, I don't know why you dress Bruno up like a reindeer whenever. You know what? Never mind.
No, you don't get the pick.
Time.
You don't get the pick, right?
What
It's
was
like
that?
random. It's like random what you get.
Yeah, it's random.
So it's like, yeah, she's like, so yeah, you don't get to pick the reindeer. We needed a reindeer apparently. That's how we moved.
Okay,
brought
so
the
you want a
bodies back.
reindeer? Okay.
No, we don't need a reindeer
So-
right now.
Too late. A weasel. There's not a weasel. The badger. Oh, not a reindeer. Okay.
A weasel and a giant badger.
And now there's a small badger. there's a small badger, big badger, and a weasel. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's the point.
I mean,
Now you three
they're all
go act like a
fleshy.
reindeer. They kind of look at me cock-headed and start walking off. The reindeer or the weasels acting like the antler. The big badger is acting like the. It's like, all right, it's wandering off.
prancing off, but kind of failing with their stubby legs.
Yeah, they don't. They're not quite getting it. Good effort. Well, no reindeers today then.
That was the point. We don't get to pick. It's random. So
I mean, sometimes they just don't feel like coming out. I don't know what else to tell you.
yeah. Dristal wanted a reindeer, so he made one. He improvised reindeer. I don't know why.
I think he was trying to imitate like one of those human holiday things.
I'm glad you remembered that Nick above game.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah. When you're like taking the body back from the we met Lauren. Not Lauren, Yvette.
He was dropping off Ben and Jerry and went to pick up Lauren.
Isn't that when we were at the Viper dungeon?
It was
No,
when we were
it was
fighting Ben
right.
and Jerry.
Yep.
Bruno came several times before.
Oh yeah. 'Cause that was the first time, but you didn't dress him up.
Yeah.
Nope.
And that we had that kind of technically alternate universe, where I guess that Aeon we were fighting was trying to run out, and we just hear Maul.
Yeah,
like,
that was
Maul
one where he
sounds
guarded the
in dis-
door. Yeah.
Yeah.
We used them to take the prisoner we had back, or something like that.
Hmm.
So we had to walk all the way back.
Yeah. We freed Vyet and took back Nemo's body. And the last we saw of those hires. But yeah, okay. I guess back to the game.
Yeah. Well, we can I guess go check out this place, and you guys can tell me how that meeting with Ball went, since I was doing that book report Dristal was supposed to be doing.
I mean, you fronted on me without my permission.
What else did we
I didn't. Someone else did, but Don't worry, Dristal. I got you. You just tell me.
I mean, I didn't. The lady just asked for a book report, and I said Dristal might like to do that. We were supposed to kill her, so I mean, like, I don't think we should be giving her book reports.
I mean,
Why would you
I
supposed
don't.
to kill her?
I don't think we need to kill her. Somehow, I feel like we're gonna have to kill her daughter or some shit like that.
Hmm.
Okay, I back it up. Back it up. What are you? Who was it that
Just
you
like-
met?
Okay. So when we went to the library, and you were all looking for, I guess, a recipe for an omelet. It's just eggs. I don't know why you need a recipe, but sorry.
Please continue. I find
Yeah,
that
I know. We met a woman who had the books we were looking for, and that woman was wearing white. And I guess she was saying, she didn't outright say that she was the horseman, but she said, like, we got beef, and we were just maybe we put the two to two together, and then she walked out with a rhyme book that said, and we're like, you can't take those. It's like, I'm going to take it anyways. And it's like, I'm going to go.
Are you sure she just didn't have a cow?
Pretty sure. Because she was saying that she was going to go read her daughter rhymes until we came and read the book for her. And that's when so. Because I don't understand what if that was the person that we need to kill, and she saw us by ourselves, what would have stopped her from just killing us and then being done with that?
I mean, I don't think she needs to kill us.
Well, if we're the only ones who can stop her, then
Maybe she doesn't know.
yeah. By you realize you said, yeah, we're the Sins, we're so cool, and then she's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, but maybe she doesn't know we're supposed to kill her. She's supposed to kill
Somehow,
us. I don't know.
I don't think this was a giant religion, I guess, and people thought it was fake. So I'm pretty sure she knows that we were supposed to be the end of her, or maybe she's the end of us. I'm not really sure who's the bad guy at this point.
Yeah, maybe she doesn't have that information. Maybe she has some information, but maybe she was needed the book to get that information.
Still, in my opinion, killing us then, if I was the evil bad guy, seems like the most reasonable option, even if we weren't the reasons that. If my point is that if she just killed us and said, well, now that's one less thing I have to worry about. If we weren't, then that's two more I was going to kill ahead of schedule.
Or maybe she's not strong enough, and we would have beat her up, so she didn't want to fight. Or maybe she wasn't stupid, and she didn't want to like start a fight in the library and then like reveal herself. And right now that she knows who we are, maybe she can deal with us later, not in a public place.
But it doesn't make sense. Why though?
Why what?
Why she would wait?
So she doesn't like. I mean, if she just fought us and killed us in the library, that's gonna spread, right? And people will wonder why. So if she kills us later, like in a more private area, like, right, if you're like, oh, I know who they are, I'll just follow them and kill them in an alleyway later.
But still, if we're the only ones who could deal with her, and she eliminated two of us, doesn't that make her job that much easier? Who cares if she has to deal with them?
I thought if like we die, like, more of us get born or something.
I mean, if that's the case, then I don't know why Grants took all this care into trying to groom us into being these things. If one of us just died, they just make another one.
Maybe like they don't have to
They
waste the
already
time.
have some of us in backup.
Yeah, like maybe they don't have the time, or they don't have the energy, or they just like they're good. They're the right age. If we have another one right now, we have to deal with, I don't know, a new kid or something.
It's so many unanswered questions, and every time we get a little bit closer, there's more unanswered questions.
Do you
So
guys think if they are keeping notes on us? Oh, please
I mean,
finish
no,
first. My
yeah,
apologies.
that's. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That's probable. Grant has the ability to look like anyone. She could be watching us right now, for all I know. Honestly, I don't try and keep my eyes open for her visages, especially if she's been halfway, across the world. She may look like people I have no idea what they look like. So I can only tell you the two that I've seen, or the 3 or 4 that I've seen. But you've seen those two, and they're pretty. You can recognize them.
Also, if she has the ability to turn into a person, a thing, like you, then she technically could be anywhere.
Yeah. I just don't understand why she would keep that from me. But I mean, I guess that's a secret is a secret. But yeah,
Maybe she wanted to keep tabs on you as a thing, so if you didn't know she could turn into that, then
yeah. Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to keep wondering because there's not really a chance in hell I'm gonna start asking her about my lineage at this point,
yeah, maybe
or
you figure
what
it
we
out.
can do.
Eventually, you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps you can ask her, I guess, coworker. I think it was Tracy.
Terrace?
Yes. Terrace. Perhaps he knows something about you.
No,
So,
I doubt it. Do you recall the one thing she said whenever she was speaking about me? This one's my little surprise. This is my work.
mhm.
I don't think she had anything. I don't think anyone else has anything to do with me. I don't. Maybe I can't say for certain. Maybe she shared notes and maybe she got help, but she seemed too proud of her accomplishments to really think that it's a joint effort.
It seems to me that it's a lot of conjecture on this, though. Perhaps what the harm is it to ask him? He's been pretty open about these matters. Perhaps he also knows something about the other 3.
Maybe.
Though that begs the question, if they did know about us, or all of us, why are they waiting for us to meet each other rather than giving us the orientation altogether?
Right. Why wait for fate to bring us together? Why not just kidnap a bunch of kids and put them together and let them grow up together? And then it seems like you would have more control over your experiments that way.
I mean, yes, but true. Again, we could talk about this all day, and it will all be conjecture, or we could ask. Because, again, they've been straightforward with their answers.
I mean, we can only assume.
Are you willing to give it a chance, Icky?
With Terrace, maybe, but not Grants. You can do that on your own time.
Alright. Now,
But first, I think we should probably go check out Smiley first because they're more time sensitive, I feel, than the others.
that is a good point. Alright. Well, strange question, for you lot. Do you know where any, skating rinks are?
What? Oh, skating ring?
What? Yeah.
I mean, does it even snow in this area we're in?
I mean, roller skating's a thing too.
Is it?
Can be.
Josh?
Yeah, it'll be a thing.
Okay.
Like a popular thing, a common thing, an uncommon thing, a rare, like what?
It is vehicle, so yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, okay. So my assumption is it's more on the uncommon side.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
the
saying
town
like
has a lot of things though, so
have
So it
like
becomes-
skating rings is kind of super uncommon. It seems like.
well, I mean, it was more uncommon in the turn of the 19th to 20th century. Wooden floors and wheels, or manufactured ice with a gazebo running through.
Well, you can always switch out technology for magic, so.
Yes, that's kind of. I just don't know how general the period is, you know? Like,
I mean, if there's telephones, I'd imagine people have the assumption that you can glide easily on ice with
right, but
blades.
telephones are a new thing here that
Also, I'm thinking of
Alice
roller
just
skates.
invented.
You know, roller skating ring, not an ice skating ring, right? I don't know what you're asking.
I think ice skate rink is more likely than a roller skating rink,
Yeah.
but I don't necessarily think that it's out of possibility. I just think it would be more common because I think people would more have the idea that if it snows and water freezes, how do we traverse the ice? So that might be more of a closer thing than roller skating.
I guess that
In my
also
head,
brings
anyway.
up what time of year is it? Summer, winter? I mean, not winter, of course, because we haven't encountered much snow.
This will be springtime.
Okay.
Getting to
Spring.
summer.
All right. So like late spring or mid spring. Okay. Yeah. So yes, um I'm not too familiar with the districts outside the business, so to speak. So like leisure activities or the entertainment district is more out of my grasp. That's why I figured you and, well, he's talking to Icky, you and Vi would have a glimpse of an idea.
If there is one, it's probably on the crown side of town. It's not really a commoner kind of thing to do, I don't think.
Yeah.
Or at least I haven't seen anywhere. But I mean, I feel like the snotty people would try and keep it for themselves. Because I guess skating on frozen water sounds fun.
Hmm.
Well,
Doesn't sound too fun.
it can be a blast. Accelerating with the cold, crisp wind in your face. Making
Landing on the
turns,
floor.
having ice dog fights in a sense where you're just skating around, throwing snowballs, trying to knock someone on their keister. Good time.
Sure.
Or racing, for example. I mean, it's just another form of walking, but more gliding.
Then why not just walk?
It's, well, I mean, walking is fine, you do that every time, but skating is a special occasion. Like, granted, even though I'm from the north, only in the winter time, the ice is thick enough for us to skate on. So, and it's kind of hard to clear out a patch of land and try to smooth it down with either wood or stone to
Well,
skate around that.
I would say if it was anywhere, it would either be in the Crown's district or the Vipers district. I haven't seen anything around the areas I've lived in the time that I've been here. So,
Right? Do you have any insight on this too?
Nope. I never thought about skating on ice as fun.
Let's clear CB then. For that,
Just, I mean, I can go running around town, I guess, if I wanted to celebrate stuff, but I mean, I also can, like, patrol while I do it, so...
I think in experience you should have at least one. But so sorry, I keep using word fillers. I'll look into it later. But thank you too for your for the information. Very helpful.
Icky shrugs and goes,
Yeah.
yeah, anytime. Well, Annar's being awfully quiet.
Did you eat a packet of glue?
I had some sovereign ruler around here. She didn't.
It doesn't taste very sovereignty.
Freedom. I know that's not what sovereign means, but
I mean, I used to be royalty, and I bit my family as a kid. Sorry, hope you don't mind me poking a bit of fun at Annar. B.
she might not be there.
Or muted.
I was having a mouthful of burger and I was hearing everything, you fucks.
You see, the super glue. Sovereign glue. Sorry.
You still got 20 on the back of your head.
Note to self. Ignore when she starts spewing numbers that make no sense.
Next thing you know, Annar just live hands shaves 20 on the back of your head.
Shave. Yeah, you're not gonna do that.
Another natural 20 hit.
I mean, you're in front of you're in front of people and in broad daylight.
Not saying I do it now, but
Okay,
just wait.
Okay, maybe later then.
That smooth black hair is gonna get a big old double-digit number.
Icky casts minor illusion. It's now a 20 on the backside of his head.
I just fist bump Icky.
Stop! You're making it obvious. Stop.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can cast minor illusion at a distance. It's not like prestidigitation where you need to touch most things. Okay.
You just have to keep casting it every time you move.
That's two. So yeah, just the wind pick up on it.
Alrighty, well,
Then shall I get moving then?
while we walk, you guys can tell me about the whole ball thing.
Well, I'm pretty sure this boy's name, he has 2 of them.
He has 2 balls. Got it.
Yeah.
I'm
Pretty sure.
glad there's not a third involved.
Technically, if you count there's 2 balls, it's a ball, and he himself is ball, so that's 3 balls.
Yeah. But, I mean, what if he names his balls also balls? It's ballception.
And what if he's just bouncing around the balls of his feet?
Alright, I know you guys didn't talk about his balls. Just get on with the information. What'd you guys find out?
Well, he smiles a lot, you know, he's very grinny. I think he used to be a creature that's not human.
What?
I mean, that's what I've been told by Dristal.
That is not Ball. Goodness. Ball is a messenger for the General Damien of Exodus. He has he kind of reminds me of a raven with the wing-like crystal pattern that he possesses. He had the ability to switch places with a person, and when they came back, they were naked. Alice, for example, had a poor reaction.
He chose Alice? I wish you could have seen that.
She was bewildered, and I made sure to throw a cloak on her quickly. I need to buy more of those things. It's
Really not
strange how
necessary.
often I need to use
There's
them
not-
these days.
Sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you, but
No. I like that kind of thing. So please continue.
Instead of cloaks, just buy a bunch of blankets or sheets. Tie around some sheets if it happens so much.
Right, but if they need to walk somewhere, it's kind of hard to. What, you're gonna wrap it like a towel, trip over yourself,
Like a
or just
sheet.
have a cloak and just like tie it in front of the waist, basically
sheet.
like a bath towel.
did you get a look of her body?
I was thinking about
out there.
Six.
My brother's like a
I say maybe a 6. Probably like a high 5.
I shrugged. Like,
Want
yeah,
a high five?
No, I'm saying that she's about a 6, maybe a high 5 when she's naked.
Yeah, it's got like a flat chest. It's not.
Well, hey, she might have a flat chest, but I mean, she got a pretty big ass, you know? Very pear-shaped.
I don't know why. I didn't really get that from the movie.
You don't know why she had a pear-shaped ass?
Yeah, I mean, she just sits and does like research stuff all day.
That's exactly it. She just sits on her ass.
Exactly.
Just work.
Fine, have you seen the chairs that she had to get? She has to get those shit custom made.
Right there, Dristal.
No,
That's alright. He's just gonna
continue
bone
continue our conversation, and when we're ready to go, we'll go.
Oh, I mean, we're already like.
Yeah, Annar and Nicky were already going.
Yeah, I noticed your tokens weren't there. I just wasn't sure if we needed to move them or not to tell us when we were
I think we just do it out of force of habit.
Okay.
So specifically, where you guys heading?
Question: do you think when she twerks, she cast Thunderclap by accident?
She ain't that thick.
Yeah.
I believe we're headed to the place that Bryson described.
Yes. By the side of the carnival, around the docks, on the border. On the other side of the border of the Vipers, between the gestures.
Clean up the area. I'm gonna use a map. It's gonna loosen the area.
Hey, I woke up after I had a hangover here.
Yeah, you guys can come over. Like, starting the side over here.
Like, I slept in that alley, I slept in that alley, I slept in that alley. That alley I've had sex in. I slept in that alley, I slept in that alley.
Give me like 1 minute and put the dog to bed, and I'll be full.
I
Finger to check in that alley.
But don't feel bad if you ever want, like, if you ever feel compelled to talk over to me, guys. Like, I know most of your quips are very short, while I'm usually long-winded, so that's why I feel bad if I ever start talking and you guys aren't done.
It's alright. You can talk now.
Like I need your permission. But thanks. How's the burger?
The burger is burger.
It's because you ordered a double.
That's where you're wrong. I ordered a 3x3.
Oh, well, you said you were going to order a double, so you increased by the one more patty, one more cheese. Good job.
So wait, is it like cube? So is it like 2 point?
Double is 2 meat, 2 cheese. Triple
Okay.
is 3 meat, 3 cheese.
No, a 3x3 is 3 meat, 3 cheese.
You eat
That's
a
what I
lot?
said.
That's what I was confused by a 3x3. I was thinking, okay, did B have like 3 triple stack burgers, or there's like one like
Yeah,
comically
single.
sized burger that
Do you-
is
The patties are not that big, so a 3x3 is not that big.
Do you get
Even
that
a
with, like-
double is still not that big.
Do you get that with like?
If you want
fries
something
and
really big, you should order the 100x100.
Do you get like that with fries or just a burger?
Fries are separate. She ordered monster fries, so she got
And-
fries with Thousand Island onions and mustard. Right? That's monster. I don't like monster.
Animal style fries is grilled onions, Thousand Island dressing, cheese, and I think
Mustard.
that's it.
Mustard, right?
You eat
No
more-
mustard.
It seems like you eat
No
more
mustard?
than me.
No mustard.
You eat a lot. it
Anyways.
sounds like.
Yeah. So,
I am
yeah,
hungry, girl.
you guys walk into the streets, and it seems like everything's going as normal. The area that he told you to walk towards or to go in is the building that will be right in front of you. He mentioned possibly there being like a good crowd around it, but there may be something going on. At the moment, there is no crowd. Seems to be busy or open. It's not a business; it's a home. So you are free to roam about.
Is this the same district where we fought Ben and Jerry?
Close. Not
The ice cream guys?
You
there
were there for that, weren't you?
I woke up in the alley after it was done.
Yeah, she woke up
Yeah.
over here afterwards.
Yeah, so she wasn't here for that
Gotcha.
scuffle. But yeah, Ben and Jerry were fighting. Well, and on the map, not in the world over here. And then essentially we fought them. We had these like zombified citizens underneath their control. Well, not like they're still alive, but so not like undead zombies. But we took care of that situation. Anyways. So, right. Everyone, this is just a residential district.
That's not what the top left corner says.
Top left corner.
Ignore words on L maps. Just play it.
Ignore all words on all the maps. I like that.
It's a preset. Yeah. So,
But I thought we were in Blando.
no,
You
not at
know,
all.
bottom right.
Whatever the fucking Blando is.
I don't know. It says
Yeah. So yeah, what you guys doing?
Annar is going to head on over to the building and do a quick look over around the building, see how it looks.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like a normal house. There's no signage or anything else that's on it. This area is now controlled by the Jesters. Not Jesters. Yeah, the Jesters. But
I thought it was the Vipers because it was like just.
No,
just
like
that-
we're on the other side of the Vipers.
Oh, okay,
territory.
okay,
So
okay.
we are in Jester territory. Just
Okay.
just
I
on
was
the
a
border.
little confused on the layout of it, but yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah.
so yeah, no signage or nothing. Everything seems normal.
Any open windows?
Yep.
Eyes tagging.
I was going to take a look in the window, see what she sees.
Fully
That one
decorated
sounds
house. You peek into that area. You see into a living room in this little area here, but you can see past the living room into the kitchen. There's some tea on the stove, and yeah, everything else seems like normal.
Hmm.
I'll go ahead and cast Detect Thoughts.
So, tech thoughts does what? Or for that area.
From Annar, you only hear.
static.
Yeah.
So you get to see them to do it.
So basically, I'm basically going to walk around the house and just trying to focus within the house. I think as long, the spell can penetrate barriers, but 2 feet of rock. So as long as there's not 2 feet of rock in between me and this house or whatever. If there is, then I'll try and look for a vantage point where I'm looking into the house, and just see if I hear anyone thinking about things.
But you have to see them to hear it.
Say again.
You have to see them to hear. You cast a spell
no.
as your action each turn until the spell ends. You can focus your mind on one creature that you can see with the
Where is it at?
first paragraph.
Yeah, no. There's also you can also use this spell to detect the presence of thinking creatures you can't see. When you cast the spell as your action during this, you can search within 30 foot of you. The spell cannot penetrate barriers. That's the part I'm looking at, the bottom part of it.
Yeah, so yeah, someone sends out. Can you read the thoughts from there?
Surface thoughts, as long as it's not 2 feet of stone. But if there's an open window, yeah.
They're focused on like preparing their little breakfast and reading newspaper, and you hear some whistling.
I say to them, there's someone inside.
Annar's not there.
An hour's in what now?
And I was trying to get through the window.
All right, so the windows are locked from the outside, so you have to break it to there.
If the window's unlocked?
They're not locked. I mean, they're not unlocked. They're locked.
Ah. Damn.
I mean, do you want me to knock on the door, guys, or you guys want to go about this like differently?
Is spray painting, but she's like, yeah, I mean, what do you want to do? I mean, you guys were talking about some disguise bullshit or whatever. I don't know.
I know.
Annar's gonna climb to the roof.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you get some outlets from those on the streets.
Yeah, we're like, well, I guess she's doing something.
Well, we need to know about where where the location is. Any one of these houses could be it.
Mhm.
So I'm
Is
looking
this
for
a-
signs.
Is this a chimney?
Yes,
Does it lead to the kitchen or?
kitchen. It's a smoke pipe. Oh, it's not a smoke pipe, but it's a smoking vent. Not really a chimney.
I'm going to scream in there.
So when
This
you
is the
scream-
chesters! Come on with your hands up!
So
Like, you're not
you-
part of the jesters.
Icky, you get the thought like, what? Why are they here? And why do I need to put my hands up? Okay, I don't care. And he goes back to whistling and reading the newspaper.
I don't know if they care.
Must be some kids outside doing something silly.
I'm going to cast magic missile through the chimney.
And they are get out
So if you press the button, it happens.
I cast magic missile as I shoot it straight down into the chimney.
Press the button, it happens.
I don't think you can. I think you have to see and target someone.
You have to see what you're targeting.
I do say I'm targeting in the center of the chimney.
You're just targeting
So
the
you-
Like,
edges.
Straight
looking
the
down.
chimney?
Yeah, I'm looking down, just shooting straight in there.
Alright, so inside, the stove area starts to get damaged. All stuff starts splatting everywhere. You knock over the tea, and yeah. And you hear Icky. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Dristal is just gonna climb up onto the roof. Annar, get down now.
I think you need to make a check for that.
What?
To climb to the roof.
Did you make a check to climb up?
I don't
did
need
it.
to.
Monkey. Spider climb
Alright.
chef.
Yeah, he made it up just fine. Annar, get down from the roof now.
Nah.
Sorry for the noise, my cousins are here.
That's fine. Dristal's gonna grab Annar.
By what exactly? The shoulder, the arm, or his head?
By the arm.
But yeah,
Just kind of leading him down.
Icky, a familiar
Yeah.
face walks out the front door.
That's like that's what you thought it was. So we established
So
that.
that's what I thought it was too, and I was like, watch it be this motherfucker.
I think Vi said it last week or something like that, or something like that. Yeah. I think I asked Spikes. I don't know. Someone said it.
Whenever he was saying it, I was like, is he talking about Sun? Sun's the
Yeah.
only person I've ever seen that's white. But
Right? With black
yeah, I didn't hear the
White,
black eyes part.
Smiling. Yeah, I
And
didn't.
always wearing white. And I'm just like, is he talking
Always
about Sun?
smiling.
I'm like,
I thought he was like a short kid, like 5'3" or something.
Yeah, so someone say like, who's out here? Hello? Hello?
That's when Vi
You know
hears
you
the
spilled
talking.
my
And I-
tea. Oh! Do I know you?
I dropped down on Sun.
No, Dristal was grabbing Annar. If you want to, like, did Annar allow her to grab him at the start, or did
No.
he need to roll for that? Okay,
Be a 13! Fuck!
just enough. No, you are not doing that.
Why not?
Son, why are you here?
Do I know you?
Yeah, Vi turns the corner. I was like, "Yeah, what's up?"
Ah, I know you. Who's this little one?
Oh, right.
Bon Bon. Vi's like, should I say Icky, or like Vi's want to like blow your cover if you're trying to hide something? So she's like, yeah, it's Bon Bon.
I mean,
Nice he smiled like, ah.
I dropped down right on top of Sun.
Alright, so that's like a 40-foot drop.
Okay. And I'm a monk, so I can slow fall.
So far, you just kind of land on him softly.
I'm just standing on his shoulders.
Kind of brushes you off. Like, could you get down, please? I'm wearing white. Your feet are filthy. I could see the black on them.
Nah, that's just it. Don't worry about it.
Tactless. May I help you? People? I'm having breakfast. I wasn't expecting this intrusion.
Well, that's kind of the idea, you know, we don't want you to know we're coming. We need information.
Go get it.
Well, that's why we're here.
Why would I tell you?
Well, for starters, I could continue to mess up your tea.
Well, it's all on the floor now, so I doubt that can.
Also, we kind of accidentally told on you. Like, we weren't
Told?
trying to snitch, but you know. Yeah, we told your boss's friend, or we told Ball about you working with Saito and all that stuff. I don't know. I guess that. I don't know. I don't know your relation.
Right, he knows about this, right?
Yeah. But I mean, like, we told him about, like, yeah. Don't worry about it.
I'm confused. You told Bill.
Yeah, him.
You told him what in particular?
About what's been going
Oh,
on.
you know, the usual.
Right.
Pretty much everything you had planned, the good, the bad, the really bad.
What do
No,
you
that's fine.
believe is going on here?
You know, betrayal, murder, coup.
Betrayal. What? I
Yeah.
would
Yeah,
never
the
would
usual.
something like that.
I mean, you say that, but I mean, it's our war against yours, so unless you want to cooperate, I mean, your head's probably gonna go on a pike.
Wait, there's something.
He removes
Oh,
his
no.
head and holds it. Like,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
don't worry about it. Like, yeah, I don't know if she remembers what you can do or whatever, but yeah. So, do you know what?
And then that's before, so I'm just like, you know,
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, just don't worry about touching him. You're not gonna do anything about it. Yeah. I thought you. Do you not know what's his face is gonna do? Is it Saito?
Saito, yes. He's trying to get information for Bill and Damien.
No, that's not what he's doing.
He doesn't want to research from the undergrounds of the city.
Kind of, but he's doing
I mean,
something else.
he does, but not for you guys. He's doing it for himself.
Yeah, he's doing it for himself. He plans on, like, trying to kill Damien eventually.
He's probably actually doing it right now, actually.
No,
Think
he's
about it.
probably not. He's not even, like, done digging yet. Yeah, he's trying to get, like,
Do you know?
yeah. I mean, if he was, he wouldn't be here.
Have you heard word of... So he starts thinking out loud to himself, like, I'm trying to see if I can pinpoint when I've seen some baby. I've been too busy entertaining myself. Let's see.
Yeah, he's just trying to get the stuff for himself, and he's also trying to do some other stuff with the Horsemen and the Sins and all those other things. Like, he's trying to gain power from all this to eventually kill Damien. So we talked to Bell about it, and
I want to turn him into a zombie.
What?
I mean, I was thinking that he was either going to kill him or turn him into a puppet.
no.
Can I make an insight on him? Do I feel like he's lying, like, straight out?
Yeah, that's
Go
what
ahead,
I
make
was-
insight.
I'm going to do it too.
20.
25.
And here we go. That's an 11.
Yeah, so it seems like he's truly perplexed. He's thinking like, why would Saito want to mess up something so good? He has it well. He's a general in the head army.
Agreed.
Well, it's probably because he's trying to do something really evil and bad, you know, start some real nasty shit. I mean, who knows? Maybe this entire thing was just a way to get at someone, or at the very least get back at someone.
I mean, kind of happened to us not too long ago in the Jesters when people that were moving up and working with us wanted them even more, and they wanted to kill our leader, even though they had it really well.
Interesting.
Oh,
So-
weird.
You're telling me the asshole that I'm working for pulling sheets over my house?
Yeah, I guess. If he told you that, I thought you knew about it and you was going along with it.
I thought I was doing R&D.
Oh no. Well, I mean, maybe you technically are, but like maybe he found out that he can get more from it, so he's gonna take the opportunity.
He's leading you on a wild goose chase. That's what it is.
Something's not adding up.
No, please do tell.
Son, do you remember the conversation we had in a bar not too long ago?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You realize Sato said himself there that his plan was to get more power to take over Damien's spot, right?
I thought
Or did you?
Sun
Were
was
you
the-
yeah, that was said
I
at
think
that
he was
place, and
playing
Sun
the
was there.
piano.
He was having a drink at the table nearby. He wasn't really, in the conversation. He asked Dristal to come drink with him, I believe. And I think Icky in his female elf form sat with him,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
and they had small talk.
Yeah, it was the other chick that was playing the piano.
I think he
Yeah.
did join her eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
But yeah, he's not involved in the deep conversations. It bores him. He just takes the orders and gets things.
Yeah, we had the conversation at the bar, but yeah, so I guess you weren't listening at the time.
He was paying attention.
Yeah, so
That's
I was telling him.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's fine. Just checks out. I'm just like making sure that this isn't like either a doppelganger son or someone's pulling some bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, cool. Son.
Yeah.
Who has your allegiance truly? Before bosses, where does your allegiance lie?
My allegiance lies with Exodus,
With Exodus,
regardless of leader.
regardless of leaders. And
Whoever's
if I
in charge is technically who I answer to. If it's not for the best of my country, I'll make my decisions on how I choose to act then.
It's fair. I was like, I feel the same way, I guess.
It's an acceptable answer. I don't have all the answers, but at the same time, I don't think you do either. And I feel like the person you're working for currently, Sato, is undermining you guys. Undermining you. Maybe he's taking into account that you don't care about what you're doing exactly and just going on with his plans, but from one creator to another, I guess at that point I'll actually like switch into Icky so he realizes who he's talking with.
I knew you smelled. Okay.
If you can just keep a more observant eye on what Sato's doing
Oh no,
and
that I
relate
know.
to Vale. Yeah.
And now that I know, I'll let my brother, I guess, punish me if necessary, but I'll know how I will act next time I see my so-called
Also, have you seen Blaine?
playing is about.
Who's your brother? Damien?
Fail.
Fail. Oh, okay.
He might mean it like brother in arms, or maybe he means it literally. I don't know.
I'm sorry. It's not blood brother.
It is a blood brother, or is it?
No.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, brothers in arms. I feel Blair is the same way as you, who might just be going along with it. But if he's seen something that gives us an edge, or maybe
There's actually just a troop that we've hired here. Really, a resident of
Yeah,
Essex.
he was one of the Vipers.
yeah. So you guys were talking about, and this is Nick above game. You guys were having the conversation with Bale, and you guys could not remember Blair's name to save your guys' goddamn life. And I was like, oh, it hurts so much.
Can't
Yeah,
remember who
like
Blair
I don't
is.
think
Blair is the guy who just stands around.
Blaine,
he's
Yeah.
standing around.
Blaine,
Yeah, he's the
Blaine,
Viper guy.
Blaine. Yeah, Blaine is the guy who just stands around.
I never
He's the one
Vi
that-
never cared to get his name. Or he just thought it was some random like henchman for the Viper.
The one
He's
that was
like, I don't
standing
care.
on the steps.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
standing on the
Yeah,
steps when Vi
Upstairs?
broke the
Yeah,
window.
that's Blaine. And the one
And then
downstairs,
and then
under,
Yeah,
in the sewers.
It's like, I'm just here, bro.
Wait, in the sewers?
He was in the stores.
He's in
Yeah,
the sewers too. Yeah.
Was he?
And Vi's like, I don't care. And yeah, Vi even like, I don't care who you are, what you're doing. It's just whatever. Move. We're busy. Like walked by him. Like yeah, Vi doesn't care about this dude at all. He just stands around. So he's like, whatever. Yeah, she would never remember his name.
So whenever I was listening, I was like screaming. I was just like, but yeah, so we had to. I was thinking that we can try and talk to Blaine as well as Nor, which we have to find, because he might have already done something stupid by now. I guess I relayed that part to the group, is that we need to probably just talk with Blaine.
Well,
and
how
Nor.
about this? I don't like being used, to say, in the way that I don't agree with, at least. How about if I set up a meeting with Satan, and you so happen to sabotage or intrude on our meeting?
Do what? Beat him up? I don't understand.
No.
You would like to? Capture? Get more information?
More information. Remember, I imagine at this point you guys told me everything that happened in that conversation with Bale.
I guess.
You guys need to get someone and get information and proof.
I mean, Saito's pretty strong, right? He's honestly be like, I mean, he doesn't have like
Yes.
powers like you, where
Yes,
he's like,
he's
we
very
like,
strong.
he just runs away and then like, right?
Right.
Yeah, but I guess we can just like record him and then run away if we have to.
So one of you can stand around while I talk.
Oh yeah,
Anything
Icky.
that gets
Icky,
I
mean-
can you turn into a tape recorder?
I mean, a tape recorder
That
seems
thing.
pretty obvious, but I could be the metaphorical fly on the wall, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but we
Can
also
we
need to
turn
record.
into a chair?
I can.
We need a way to record though.
I mean, the
Wait.
brain is a recording device. You could just remember a basic.
We have a sending stone.
No, we need proof though. I mean, we already told him that he said these things. It doesn't matter. He needs proof.
Oh, okay.
I guess if you see it, they can like read your mind or something.
Well,
But we have sending stones, don't we?
if you want proof, I can speak to
we-
my brother and have it, I guess, explain the situations that I've been through. So the proof is already there,
Also,
but we need more information.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean
sorry.
maybe he can like sit in somewhere too. I mean maybe he can like stand behind a wall or I don't know, morph into someone. I don't know.
if I may step in for a moment about the recording aspect,
Mhm.
I mean, the sending stone does sound like a great idea to use. And I have a gramophone that I know how to make recordings of vinyl records.
Really do. Interesting.
Well,
So,
it's very useful for situations like these.
My problem is that Icky's voice changes to Sato. It's pretty easy to change your voice to make it sound like you're someone else.
oh, that's good.
Yeah,
That's why
maybe the whole reading the mind thingy is the best. But I mean they already can do that, can't they? They listen. We already did that.
Right, but along with character weaknesses, voice recording is one thing with both Saito and Son there. But if we can also get the accounts of Son and other people of Exodus, I think that is more than incriminating to launch an investigation, if not straight up condemn Saito if he is acting in wrong of Exodus
You may
and
not.
for the will of Exodus.
You may not say anything in front of Sun.
What?
He may not say anything in front of Sun. Like if Sun
I mean,
didn't know about this, why
So
would he spill it in the middle of a?
Sorry, Spike, go ahead.
Yeah, like if Sun doesn't know about this, then why would he spill it in the middle of like a conversation when we bust in, and then like he may have to deal with that while we're fighting him. Like right, like it doesn't make sense for him to like give out any information at that time. So we would have to get Sun away from him, kind of.
I mean, so this is the thing, though. He had no problem saying the things, his true intentions and his true goals when Sun was around him. or maybe he
Sun
slipped
wasn't
up.
listening. Yeah, Sun wasn't listening.
But he counted on the fact that Sun only really cares whenever he's given an order. But now that Sun knows that he's being manipulated and traded, if he slips up, then Sun can just figure out those information. That in itself is good information in itself, just raw information. It doesn't help us prove Sato's betrayal yet, but it's a start.
I just figured he said it because Sun wasn't around.
I mean, I feel like he should know better that ears are always listening. I feel like someone who's trying to be sneaking, conniving has an idea that someone's always listening. So either A, he really fucked up at that moment, or B, he was really trying to make an ally quickly. But it still doesn't make sense when someone so close to him could be potentially behind. Because wasn't Rise there, or whatever the fuck her name is?
Yeah, but she seems like she's in on it.
I mean, if we could steal Rise, steal being a very literal term.
That's what we said. That's what the first thought was, to get her.
So rise to the occasion.
I mean, we could always just, put her in my pocket like we did last time. Well, we didn't do her, but,
Yeah.
So anyway, son, you might be contacted by Bale, and he'll probably say something similar, or try and be. I don't know if he's coy. He doesn't seem like the type of guy who beats around the bush. He seems like the guy who just he slaps ass. You know what I'm saying?
He's a serious one, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of guy that slaps ass.
Yeah. Doesn't take shit. Doesn't beat around the bush. Just goes for it.
Guys like slaps ass.
Slaps ass like what sports players do to get in the game. You slap your ass, like, hey, let's go. It's supposed to pep you up, get things done.
Yeah,
just
getting
go for
smacked
it.
in the chest. Like
Regardless
you
of
take
the plan.
turns screaming at each other, slapping each other, getting the adrenaline
sure,
running.
yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
They're more of a direct kind of approach kind of person. It's not like, all right, let's do this. It's more like, yeah, let's go. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh.
Regardless of the plan, I don't think I should be in that room with him when you do it.
Oh, obviously, Annar.
Obviously.
Can someone tell me why this one smells familiar to me? Points at Annar.
Odo.
I've been in a lot of bars.
Been around, what?
I don't. This one.
Yeah, no, you've seen her before.
Yeah, she's been around.
I've been in a lot of bars.
The one that tried to steal Rice, or whatever her name was. Wheelchair chick.
Hmm.
I also probably fingered the chick in the alley right next to your house.
Yeah. Apparently she fingers a lot of chicks in alleys.
Is this in What are we gonna do about my spilled tea, though?
Oh, that's between you and her.
Not it.
But it's
your
entirely
problem,
it's entirely you.
Too late. I should know it.
Yeah, but technically you're the last one to say not it, because you're the only one in this situation, so technically you're it.
Oh, you've been outed as the person who's vandalized my tea.
Actually, I shouldn't have said anything, because Vi doesn't know who spilled anything about tea, so never mind.
I mean, you probably heard with her casting.
Sure, I'm just going to assume Annar spilled tea. That makes sense.
Alright. I walk over to Sun and, is there tea on his clothes?
No, it's not his clothes, but he's upset about his kitchen.
I go over to the door and, can I come in?
Oh, of course.
And it's just it's kind of like taking off shoes. I'm gonna go back to what I was before, and then they switch back into the new form of Icky. That's better. And then walks in the door, goes to the tea and cleans it up, starts a new cup of tea, and then it's like, I guess, thaumaturgy so everyone can just come inside. Stop talking outside like idiots.
Fi is busy spray painting stuff. She is trying to correct her spelling. She did a bad job with the spelling. She's like, this spray paints a box over it and does it somewhere else again.
Well, have a seat.
Right.
Time
So,
was better.
question for you all. What investment do you all have?
Our city not getting fucked up.
Revenge.
Ben.
Mostly keeping
about
the
that?
peace. But
I'm sorry, what was it?
are you asking Annar or
Just
keeping the peace? Though apparently some people don't understand the meaning of that. Looking at Annar
Oh.
for a moment.
Not just cleaning her ears with her finger.
seems that you all aren't unified.
Yeah, technically two of us only with the jesters. Those two, like, I hired her to, I don't know, hit things, I guess.
The eventual went. One.
I think Dristal's is bored or something, I don't know.
No, this one
You
over
know.
here. Wants a revenge.
Oh yeah, I don't know about that.
Why? Hello.
Hello?
Yeah.
You there?
I'm here.
I'm talking to you.
Awesome. Yeah.
I didn't hear what you guys said.
Why do you want revenge? What's on your mind?
He's just kind of a dick. Fucked a lot of people. Did a lot of bad shit. Not talking like
That's
revenge
not-
for me, just like revenge in general.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I'm going to make a deception check.
Sounds more like just pure vengeance now. But I can obviously tell there's more to it.
Damn.
I'm not one to pride. I don't ask too many questions. It just stood out to me that you two are so opposite. And you, Alwyn, you aren't from here, obviously.
What
so
gave
that-
it away?
Why do you want to keep the peace? What sense does it make for you to be involved here?
Because he's a proud business owner in the town.
Oh, are you now?
I can speak for myself, but
I wasn't speaking for, I was making a joke because you keep saying that.
yeah.
Out of
Right.
in character, Vi still says it though. She's making
Yeah,
fun.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Does her hand things up like, ooh, business owner.
Well, also, the most valuable thing is a person's life, and war I see is the biggest waste, especially when it's done unnecessarily. That's why keeping the peace is so important to me. What about you? What makes you so loyal to Exodus, and why are you
Because
so
we are-
out here?
We are being falsely accused for things, and I'm trying to clear our name. But it seems that I've sided with someone. I guess I've been assigned to work with someone that is not benefiting our.
Yeah, it seems like all the people we talked to, like, seems like you guys are okay and all, but everyone's scared of you. But then now you have this asshole over here kind of doing exactly what everyone thinks you guys do.
I mean, kidnapping people, experimenting on them to turn them into corrupt and corrupt dependents. I mean, granted, some did volunteer to join when they had nothing else, but
On that note, son, were you the one who created Bryson?
Bryson. Ah, yes. That fellow. Me particularly, no. I did choose him. I'm more of the scout for this situation, not much of the scientist. I check to make sure that the person is able to withstand the stress of. He kind of pushes raises his hand over himself. A corrupt to say. This is not an easy task. Some can die. Some can either go from a zombie-like figure to complete husk of a person. It depends how you can withstand energy. And I can sense that.
Did you choose Bailey?
It was very exceptional.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What'd you say?
Bailey was very exceptional. I did.
Did you know what her role was going to be?
No, I'm only bringing them in. They are told to do is all. But from what I've heard, Bailey turned out too much.
Bailey turned out what?
Be too much for the group to handle. She broke free, so I'm unable to.
Is he cutting out in and out just for me?
No.
It's bad. I'm not speaking to them, right? Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah,
Better?
I can hear you much.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
says-
much clearer.
He says she broke free and it was hard for the others to find. So she initially was a jester, correct?
She was.
Is she okay?
She is.
I look at everyone else. I don't know if that's information I want to give. But
I
if Dristal
think
says
it's
yes,
fine to give that much. But since we're having dialogue, I think it's okay to be a bit honest. Not give too much information, but it being alive is fine. So go ahead.
she is.
Great. And I'm assuming Bryson is okay since he's told you about me.
He's well enough. So
You're not gonna. Sorry, a little pressing there. You're not gonna try and kill him because he said something, right?
Have you ever seen me kill someone?
That
I'm-
makes us more worried if you did.
Such a dirty
you
deed.
and I, yeah, but there's always a first for everything. How am I supposed to know what your limits are?
Oh, I can kill him if I wanted to. But I don't want to. Those I come across, I wish the best for them. If I did have ill intent, they'd be gone already. But he smiles like, why be angry? Why be vengeful?
Fair.
Then Prize had a question. I'm sorry, Dristal.
Yeah. What are some misconceptions that you want to clear your name about Exodius? An example or two would be sufficient.
Great question. Great question. That we are the cause of all of these wars. That we are here to conquer the world. That we are experimenting with souls to benefit ourselves. There are so many things that there's been false rumors spread about us, but yeah, it's going to be hard to tell each city one by one, each continent, that we're not the bad guys.
Yeah, you know, I hear that stuff all the time about a lot
Well.
of things.
Hmm?
Vampires.
Right.
People think all vampires are bad and everything, but nah, I think some of them are cool.
Yes. Now, there are some deep and stupid or corrupted. I'm not saying that we're all good, but Apparently, there's one man who waits to try to be the leader, but I don't think that's going to work out in his favor.
Tell me what you what do you
Anyway,
mean by experimenting with souls?
Trying to tamper with a soul, like making people attached to someone else, making someone sister soul or brother soul, bringing souls back and putting them into dead bodies, things like that.
And
Yes.
you're for that.
No, we're not. But we have some that are. And it's not just corrupted that do.
Anyone in
But-
particular?
There are some in different continents. They've reached out to us because we're so close to the apex. We have access to these souls that they want to use. But we've been fending them off for some time. Although some of them tend to break through and snag a soul or two. But yeah, things can be rough. Try to fight off an entire world as one small continent.
then a question about that, about putting souls together. What about Bryson? That
Mhm.
soul gem that he had, oddly, like apparently unique from the other ones.
That's because it wasn't a soul. That was a fallen soul. There's some kind of being that isn't human. Or at least.
So you've
Sorry,
come
go ahead.
across one of them. You've come across one of them. Okay. Interesting.
I was going to ask, where did you get that spirit gem that you put into Bryson?
Like I said, I don't do the experimenting, but there are some fragments that have been scattered about the world. Some of them from fallen soldiers or fallen aeons. Some of them formed by themselves because of a cluster of other souls decide to gather and form together.
Is that what creates a fallen soul?
No,
Or
the one that is attached to, or that you could refer to as a stronger soul or a fallen soul, is a soul that is technically not of this world. They are, I would say, gods or
That's kind of what we were told.
something on the level of. But oftentimes those have been fractured because having that in one body will be too much.
I have some questions. How much were you told about what you're helping with?
I was told I was building an army to do some researching, finding those who are able to harness the power and transfer the power. Once we were done, we were going to get a portal and get out.
Were you told about like the horsemen and the sins and all that stuff?
I've heard of them. As for like me and being involved in any kind of research on that specific topic, we're just doing any digging that we can. We found some artifacts underground, but not much.
So were you sent? Did Damien send Saito here to dig just for anything? Did Saito just be like, "I'm gonna start digging"?
Saito decided to come out here on his own. He proposed the idea to Damien. Damien doesn't care for him, so he said, "Sure, you're out of my hair, go away." They've had their own little spats and bickers.
So he just randomly, he's been digging in other places, or he just randomly came to this town and started digging here?
There's been others.
Okay.
This is the first one I've been involved with.
It seems like Saito like knows something that he hasn't been telling you guys, and he's been looking for something particular.
Mm-hmm.
I think he found it here, and that's why he's like, okay, cool, I have a thing now I can write.
Okay, that's good to know.
We already told your other brother or whatever, your fake brother. But yeah, he about what he's been finding.
So perhaps you can get him to spill more on that. I'm not too sure of exactly what's going on. I'm here for recruitment, mostly.
I think we actually know more than him, kind of, at this point.
Really? That's good. How is that possible? If you haven't done any digging.
Other stuff. Not digging on the ground, but I mean, well, technically we went down there. So I mean, we found some stuff, and then we researched some stuff, and we know some stuff.
That's usually how it works.
Son, this might be in a way personal, but how do you deal with someone who is incorporeal at times, so where you can't physically touch them? Not trying to say that I'm trying to contingency for you, but I'm sure you know Tess. I feel like Tess is more on Sato's side than Exodus's side.
That's smelly broad. I actually didn't choose her. She threw herself at Sato himself. But her, if you're comparing her to me, it is very, very different. She has gained the power of her stand, and she's found a way to dematerialize herself as similar as I do. But if you wet stand, what happens?
It
Comes blood.
coagulates.
Right. Was the place that you were fighting her dry?
Yes.
More or less.
Right.
I mean, as dry as the sewers can be.
Well, there goes your answer. Me, on the other hand,
Explains the wealth on her face.
Good thing is, I can probably deal with that.
Yeah.
Any water anywhere, if I like use his shape water to like move it around and stuff, and then put it back.
he goes to his sink and puts water on his hand, and he dematerializes, and the water disappears. He moves his hand around, and then he dematerializes his hand again, and the water drips out. So he's like, "This is a part of me. I can do it as I please."
So
If I was just showing that he can help with the sand thing, or she can help with the sand thing.
Who can help with what?
If I was just showing when you're talking about like fighting her somewhere dry, and if you did use water on her, if I was like, oh, I can handle that, and she's just was moving water around to show like, you know, she can potentially, next time we fight her, she can like move water to her.
Cool. Yeah, let's have your solution.
then, whenever I pull out the orb, and so you have one of these inside of you, don't you?
I do. Sort of. In a way. I am one of them.
You wait. Am I holding like something that used to be a human?
No, you have something that will be embedded into a human.
You're not going to put this up someone's butt, right?
It doesn't directly go up the butt.
Oh.
In a way, it's kind of shoved into the chest cavity. But the body absorbs it in a way with that it doesn't seem to make much sense using logic. But it's not a physical thing once it enters the body. It becomes one with the body. So he kind of opens his chest up and shows you like there's nothing there. Moves the circle around like, yes, there's no orb, but I do have the orb's capabilities.
Well, I mean, I understand that you guys feed on them, but is there any other reason why?
Or technically a fuel source. The souls or soul gems that have been emptied, they need some source, so I feed them. Those that were corrupted or that were human in turn corrupted, sometimes they need life energy. I feed them. Now, just being around me, you're technically donating a little bit of your essence, but I'm not tampering with your soul. But your energy, your time, tastes great. Don't worry, there are no residual effects. You'll be fine.
So you control more so time and space in that regard?
Correct. In a way. Not so much as time, but just your presence and being here in the moment of time is beneficial to me.
Understood. Yes, I'm aware that corrupt technically have two powers instead of just one power like an Aeon does.
Right.
Right, being ice and acid.
Mhm.
Really stung
Okay.
me when I picked up his underling's knife for the first time.
Ah.
Well,
Interesting.
yeah.
Like wonders to herself, like, oh, she says it out loud. I guess maybe that's why I have two powers.
Makes sense. Sometimes it could be more, depending on how strong you get, how much you focus it.
But
There's no limit to a corrupted's power, but aeons could go only one direction. Though unlimited, it is still singular in motion.
But of course, being corrupt comes with a cost.
Yes.
Process is what's the mortality rate of process?
Of a corrupted?
You've been around them long enough to make one. Yeah.
What do you mean the mortality rate? Like how often do we die? What's our lifespan?
That's one. How often are you consumed
So
by your
the
power and die?
No, like I'm talking about the creation first off.
Mm-hmm. Being overexposed to the apex is what usually corrupts a person, but if around a strong enough corrupted, they can spread their sickness, as some may call it, to another person.
Yeah, if I was like, I think because I'm part magi, part corrupt, like they're keeping each other in check.
That makes sense. Being magi means you're from the apex of life. What were you doing up there, young?
I don't know. I remember being a baby. Actually, I don't remember being a baby. I remember being in an orphanage. I remember being up there.
Maybe you're a part of the lineage and just have been, I guess, abandoned down here. Oh, how you would love being back home right now. It's beautiful.
Oh, it's pretty okay.
Oh, it's more than pretty.
Is it like naturey? I'm not really good with naturey stuff. I'm more like city girl, so you know.
It's more like kingdom. Old times.
Maybe I like.
They have advanced in a different way. Technology's weird there. But oftentimes they don't share their knowledge with many, so they're interesting to say the least.
So, pardon my ignorance. I know you guys are in a war. Who initially sparked this war? Like, who are you fighting against? Who are you trying to amass an army to destroy?
So the way this all started was when the world was in an energy crisis, about maybe 50 years back. You had the issue between Caius and the original Salem Goodwin. Salem took in the smartest scientist of the world, put them into a room and forced them to study together for about 2 weeks or so until they found out or figured that they can use the apexes as life or energy sources, using death itself as energy. So Caius and the group of scientists were shipped down to Exodus, or the Wildlands as it was called then, and they found a way to excavate the souls through shards, but did not know that the apex itself would take them as their own, thus creating what Salem called the corrupted. So we didn't dispute the name. We said, sure, call us what you will, but we're going to stay here and dish out the energy because we know that those who want it for their own will try to abuse it. So, Salem, of course, being the first one to want to abuse it, came to retrieve the energy, but to kill off Caius and his crew of scientists. But Anubis had a different plan for that, unfortunately. And Anubis used his new corrupted powers to dispose of Salem, thus causing a technical war or a declaration of war. This new continent or country killed a world leader, and Jadis from Trevella decided to team up with the Salem family from Galveston and try to make war on newly found Exodus. That is all the beginning. That's technically all you really need to know. But at the moment, Caius is missing. He wasn't actually killed. We don't know what happened. Not many know that truth. But his son Damien took over, as Salem's son took over as well. So the sons of the former leaders are now feuding.
Okay. And the Salem family, how indiscriminately do they attack people? Are they like, I just trying to get a scope of sides here. I mean, I'm not saying that your side is as blood free as you'd like to say, and not that blood is an issue here. But
We will defend
I have
ourselves as best as we can. But if you're asking, like, what is their discrimination or their issue with the corrupted, they're killed on sight. They don't have any kind of restraint on it. Aeons are mistreated as well because they feel that they're too close to be considered human. So, Aeons have a hard time, and corrupted are animals at best. This is in
anything
Galveston.
in between.
In between? No.
Well,
There's some forced
we had
corrupted or
talks-
forced Aeons.
I mean, more so, we had talks about vampires or things that are not common. There's talks about an order of paladins who indiscriminately kill things.
Well, there's always a bunch of different type of races that are considered beasts that people hunt. It's just pure discrimination.
I'm just trying to figure out if they'd be someone that those people would ally themselves with, or
The
not.
paladins or the vampires?
The paladins.
Paladins would fit very well in Galveston.
Or vampire paladins.
Vampire paladins are contradictory.
Doesn't mean they don't exist.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Outliers in
Well,
all situations.
I feel more at ease helping your cause, at least for now.
Glad to hear that. He walks up next to you and grabs some tea.
It's kind of hot. Careful.
Doesn't bother me.
They're gonna fuck.
Oh, goodness. I did want to ask above game. Does the history that Dristal learned? Are
It
there
would have been
any
a lie.
difference?
It would have been a huge lie. From what you've been, I guess, raised and taught on, yeah. Because Trevella and Galveston are going to make sure that they seem like they're good guys, and that they're the the ones that have done all the right things. So hearing this is throwing you for a loop right now. You can insight check, but yeah.
Does he believe that that Sun is being honest?
Yes, he does.
Dristal is about to say something, but keeps his mouth shut because he doesn't want to ruin a chance to learn more. Maybe there's something important he can pick up on. So he just lets the flirting between Icky and Sun continue.
Are you guys reading a different story? Because
I want to explain. Wait,
I am joking.
Just the connection, the tension, like they were literally like, "Be careful, it's hot." It's like it doesn't bother me. just the tone of voices in each other. It's like, wow.
There's just some very heavy sexual tension.
It's like like things are actually happening, and it's not like sexual at all. But in their head, it's like romanticized, where it's just like, "My amor," like overdramatized.
I'm just saying what it sounded like.
Yes, it looks like
water's not the only thing that's hot.
Yes, it's like man touching God, but it's just Icky passing the teacup.
I think of like they hand it and then like he grabs it, but like his hand touches their hand like the whole time, and like they take it slowly and then like they brush hands and they're like, yeah.
I think is it Gumball that has the overly dramatic like faces sometimes, like they go for like full anime. It's like normally the cartoons is just a basic cartoon, but then it gets like super serious for no reason. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like not seeing the scene, but hearing the scene, I was like, that sounds like a little bit sexual, and then like, and then I imagined it in my head, like how it sounded versus what it looks like, and then I'm like, yeah, that could be, yeah.
Right.
Do you think Sun can do that same trick with the wet panties that he's making?
The what?
The wet panties.
But I mean, like, but I mean, it could have just been like, you know. He's like, yeah, he goes with the tea. It's like sitting on the table, and he's like, yeah, well, it's hot. And he's like, okay, I don't care. He just picks it up off the table, right?
Right.
Yeah. But, you know, what I imagined in my head's different than what, like, you know, maybe what happened. It sounded, like, it went in my head the way I thought it sounded. It's sexual.
Yeah, so he just sounded, it's like, he's just like, I miss being home with my brothers. The three of us were not busy, but interesting. Yes, you know, it's there's been so many things happening. We've been a while, but I think I figured that Sato was making a change somewhere, so I figured I'd involve myself, especially since my brother's gone missing.
What brother?
My brother Garen.
Wait,
What was the last
wasn't
place you
Garen
seen?
Anubis' brother, though?
What was that?
Wasn't Garen Anubis' brother?
Did I have it written as his, or did you take note of that?
I took note of that.
Yeah.
Like Garen.
So, yeah, because Sun is referring to the brothers as people that are like you kind of refer to your war veteran friends as brothers.
Yeah, as brothers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because actually, brother. Yeah, that's Anubis' brother. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was like blood related or something. And wouldn't Garen be like, I don't know, 60 years old since the first war started 50 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure.
I mean, above game. You haven't forgotten, right? We know Garen.
Honestly, I have probably forgotten the name to the face. All I have is my notes to go off on, so I don't remember where we've seen Garen particularly.
Just ping, ping, ping.
It's ping, 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 ping.
I have my character sheet open.
Look at it's Annar.
Annar. Oh.
Yeah, it's in his head. Yeah. That's why he's saying it smells familiar. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I thought you were playing coy at first. I didn't realize you actually had forgotten.
Oh no, yeah, I had actually forgot, and I don't recall we ever got a name for him because I remember in the ice cavern when
you didn't go in the mine. You were only in the cavern. But he did come out, so I'm not sure if he saw the tokens anymore.
Yeah, no, he came out. He was there for the whole out thing.
Yeah, no, like he was he was outside. He wasn't inside the. Yeah, he wasn't inside the mindscape, but he saw him and never got a name.
You saw what is like take a blow and then it like shattered her arm.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember that. I remember distinctly though about like Dristal not receiving a name about him.
I don't know if he said his name, but the lady was talking about Garen, and then Sato was talking about Garen, and then Annar was like, Garen is inside and we gotta keep him suppressed, and so everyone but him said his name.
I don't recall the
When we
lady
talked to him, he's like,
saying
"My name's
that,
Ted."
but
It's like, what? Who's Garen?
yeah, I feel silly.
It's all good.
Okay. We can continue now.
Should we forget all that? you
I'm gonna be like, wait, was Garen a good guy like you, or was he like crazy like Sato? No offense.
We fought alongside each other. It was, just us helping protect the city, or protect the main city at least during the invasions. It was some good times.
Betrayed or something?
What was that?
Was he betrayed?
We are unsure. We got split up during one of the battles. Things happened, and it's Bill.
Son,
Bill kind of blames me for what happened, not being serious enough. But
I'm a very problematic mind. There's not a chance that I don't overthink things and put straws together that don't really have a lining. You can ask them. It's something my mind does on its own, and I can't really stop.
Oh yeah, we're trying to figure things out. No big deal.
So remember the idea that your people, Sato. Okay. The idea that putting souls into gems and then inputting them into people, right?
correct.
Was someone he was close to Sato, or someone Sato was close to?
Sato is a general, so we all technically answered to him, even though we're his elder by a few years.
Is it possible that they put him in a soul gem, and that's why you can't find him?
Usually you have to pass to be put into a gem, but as a corrupted, we're so close to death that perhaps that is possible. Maybe so. But I'm not sure why someone would do so.
Okay, so say, for instance, imagine Garen, you said he was on the battlefield, and that makes him a strong warrior, right?
Correct.
How strong comparatively do you think he was?
Out of the three of us, he was the strongest. Bale was the brains, and I was the tactician.
Okay, so say...
Clever, smart, then power.
So say you wanted to overwhelm the other two, but you didn't quite have the strength to do so, and you managed to convince or forcefully persuade strength to take out the other two. Then what happens to that balance?
Yes. Do we consider the fact of loyalty?
So you take out loyalty because they're being forced to do something against their will. Loyalty can play a part, but if a puppet is strung along, it's nothing without its puppeteer, correct?
Correct. Are you getting at something? Should I be fishing for an answer? You say one of us is potentially put against the other two?
Potentially, I'm thinking that might be the idea, but not against each other. Perhaps someone else is using. I don't know. It's a lot to think on. I might have some theories, but they're all pretty loose. If I found Garen, how sure of you that he wouldn't just try to destroy our city and do evil things? Would he fight for your people and only your people? How sure of you?
He's like me and my brother. We fight for Exodus. So, if you were to find him, if you can show proof that you are with us, then you may be fine. But if he's being forced to do other things, good luck to the opposition. If there's a way for someone to control a big brute, then you are dealing with something serious.
Okay, Garen aside, within your ranks, who are the other two strongest individuals?
Other than Damien himself,
Yes.
in our ranks. Anubis is getting old, but I'm pretty sure I can still throw a punch. We also have Lou, who's Damien's right hand. Cliff is very close with Sato, good friend. Vale, Vale, he's Anubis's what am I looking? His protege, I believe.
You know of Garen's wife? Girlfriend? Friend?
Partner?
Something?
Wife? So above game, do I have that character's name on the token? Because I think I deleted that one.
I don't remember seeing it on her. I thought it. I want to say it was Jenny, but I know Jenny is the other bitch from the King.
Yeah.
Fighting her,
But but it was another skinny female.
Yeah.
But we didn't get a name, so.
Just making sure, because let me have. But yeah, he mentions, but what about her?
Oh, just, seen her recently.
Give her Hannah. Calls her Hannah.
Okay.
You know what? I lied. I think her name was on it because now that name is very familiar to me. So, but I don't think it was said. So I maybe I erased it from my mind because it wasn't said. So
Yeah, like a mage person or something.
Yes. She's. I wouldn't call her relevant.
Yeah.
But he did fall for one of ours. But she was not in the ranks of the other soldiers. Technically, just a cook on campus. So.
Gotcha. If we wanted to, ever pay her a visit, you know where she's at?
Oh no. Once Garen disappeared, she did.
Okay.
She was actually considered to be one of the culprits. But you say you saw her, right?
I punched her.
Oh. To say I wouldn't be happy to see that. But, yeah. Others to be aware of. We have Sepra and Draga. They're still young. But don't underestimate them. They're twins. Little girl. But don't sleep.
that's fine. Like I said, I have a lot of theories that could be damning. So I want to solidify my thoughts before I say anything more. I hope you understand, like a musical piece that's not quite finished.
So you do more. Okay. I understand, though. This has been an eye-opening encounter. I really
Okay.
appreciate the information.
Yeah, likewise. The last question I have, you might not know, but that's fine. In theory, a fallen soul's cluster gem is technically one piece been split, correct?
Yes.
Say you had a way of locating pieces, do you figure that it would lead you to the other pieces?
They can probably sense if it's nearby.
Okay.
I wouldn't say I'd be able to just immediately go in directions of where it is. Its consciousness has been split and it's weakened, but as for it being able to sense itself, only nearby.
Okay. And if you're not a science type, and I get that, but if you had to say, in a safety standpoint, how much power is too much power, how many of those fallen soul pieces would you recommend not going past for a normal mortal?
It depends on the model. If you bring them to me, I can probably scout them for you or let them know how much they can handle, but there are cases where you humans can handle it. I mean, look at us. We've transformed. Who's to say that you can't?
To say that you've given me a little bit to think about is an understatement, son. I'm all out of tea, and unless the others have questions, I think staying any longer might be a little suspicious.
Nope, I'm good.
Do they have eyes on your place, son?
Am I aware that I have eyes? What?
Oh, sorry. Do they have eyes on your state of being? Are you constantly monitored?
Oh no. They actually don't know where I stay other than the few that I've, I guess, befriended. Bryson being one of them.
Mm-hmm. So, did you remember the name of the fallen soul gem put into Bryson?
Repeat that question?
Sorry.
There we
Do
go.
you remember the name of the fallen gem of the fallen soul that was assigned to Bryson?
I do.
No, Dristal wants Sun to answer because
Oh,
just in case, like, he wants to confirm it because Dristal already has an idea, but he wants to confirm it through Sun as, like, good.
From the small talk, I've heard the names. What's you? Heard the name Undyne, which was unimportant, I don't believe. Heard the name. Konya. No, that was the bar owner, correct?
Correct.
So we. Vince was. Was Carlos or something like that?
Carlos.
What about there's he stops him and starts patting his feet. Was it Neve? Or what about Eclipse? The name Eclipse comes very close to me. But yeah, that's the only few that I've heard. The grape.
So Neve or Eclipse?
So I guess the others are you've struck out as unimportant.
Is he talking to Dristal?
Yeah. I've named about 5. You only recall 2.
Because we've encountered much of the others.
Okay.
Or at least names of by other people. But Neves, Eclipse, do you remember their personalities?
No, I don't.
You know, can I ask you this much? Why the propaganda on the side of I'm trying to remember on the side of Genesis. We seem
Genesis?
the war between Genesis and Exodus and Exodus.
Genesis never wanted to be in the war, but Genesis was called. They were attacked by Galvus.
I'm sorry, Nick. Sorry, Josh. What were the two? I know Exodus is like one side that's fighting, but what was the one Dristal was fighting on? If it's not Genesis.
This will be fighting with Trevella. So, if you were from the same branch from your country, you'll be in Trevella. So you'll be fighting against Exodus.
Right. I just didn't know if there's like an overall banner we were under, like
So
the
United,
Allies
like the United
versus
Nations,
the
I think. Yeah.
Axis.
Yeah. So it'd be more of the United Nations type thing. We used to have a force that's put together by all the continents to go against an assumed enemy. So over time, you based how old is your character?
26.
So you would be in this under the assumption that Exodus has always been the bad guys, and then over time, Galveston and Trevella has imprinted themselves upon the other countries or continents. So they have, kind of gathered these forces to try to either defend or push back against Exodus. So it's more of a united front against Exodus, but most of the people in the other countries are just basically, humans or whatever race it may be, using their basic artillery and nonsense versus a bunch of mages. So it's kind of interesting, but they have magic, of course, but it's comparative to like archmages, if you want to think of it that way.
Yeah, like high level magic versus just I guess yeah, like different
High
skill
level
levels.
magic versus pulling a bunny out of a hat.
I wouldn't say that.
It's apprentice
Fine.
versus expert, pretty much.
Yeah,
Fine, pulling a chain of handkerchiefs out of your mouth.
novice versus master
Yeah,
or
exactly.
expert.
Same difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dristal is a bit conflicted. So, do you know about the stories that, like, you are aware that different stories are told between the happenings of the war?
Of course.
But do you know the details?
We're evil. We're here to take over the world. We want to drain everyone's soul and bring it into the apex of death.
And it's not true?
No, it's not true. So if we overflow the world with death, the apex will overflow and everyone die. All we want.
That would be a good question. Well, there is a lot I need to educate myself on before I can make an informed opinion. As you can tell from my accent about where I hail from,
Right.
I've been taught a whole different thing.
Indeed. And I, as you can tell, was not quick to judge, even though it's very obvious that you're not on the right side. What was that?
He's from Russia. His cousin keeps asking him to go bowling.
Indeed. Though you are from a very difficult continent, it's still very beautiful there. And yes, I have tried.
I wonder if it does more good than harm to compare notes, see where inconsistencies lie. I have read up quite a bit about the war since my father, well, and his father, all of them were very politicians, does that make sense? I guess historically inclined.
Okay. Which books were they studying?
Well, of course, what they could get their hands on first, but then they got accounts of, but then they started reading books prior to the war, relationships between politicians, royal families, and of course there's a lot of conjecture with the theories, but with a bit of cross-referencing of the past. They understood things weren't entirely clear-cut, but I guess what I'm saying is that our story is inconsistent, but so is Exodus to an extent. At least from the information that was gathered up, it seems that way at least. I cannot make an objective. I cannot give you an objective answer.
That's fair. I understand, but Nexus was the wildlands, uninhabited except by animals and spirits, to say. When the world needed some energy, we had a population that grew based off of a small dispatchment of war, or I guess soldiers, or scientists, or whatever they figured they needed to throw down there. And then when they were discarded, they made their own land. I'm not sure what else there is to say, but people just didn't want there to be an existence of people there, I guess.
Well, it seems like they need some reason to have a full-on war. I mean,
Why is there any war? Like, there's always a war because of something, right?
conflict
Money.
of interest, mostly. So
That's
I
the
wonder
only
what
reason
was
why.
a conflict of interest between the two sides. Like, what incited it really?
So
I mean,
if you
course,
have
several
something,
factors.
watch this. He's gonna reach you his teacup. Take it.
Crystal takes it.
Now, if I was to come into the situation and you had a teacup, and I really love tea, but the only way to get that tea is to take it from you because you like your tea too. This is the situation that we've run into. You have something that I want. You won't part with it. Therefore, I want to take it from you. What's the best way to take it from you if you refuse to give me what I want?
Negotiation first. See if there's something I want that more than tea.
Can I have my teacup back?
Well, I guess going along with it, what do I get in return?
I don't have anything to give you.
Then that does not seem like a fair trade.
I want my teacup. Or should I say, I want your teacup.
Well, I guess what Bryson's father says, what's your offer?
There is none. It's either give it to me, or there will be a problem. You don't have any power at the moment. You are a young, fledgling continent, country, whatever it may be called nowadays. And I want what I want. Because I'm a superpower. And you have nothing. Give me my teacup.
Right, so anything you offer me is ultimately inconsequential to you.
No, this is not how it works. I don't want to give you anything. I may have things that are worth to you. But I don't want to part with that to get that teacup.
Then I'm sorry, you can't have it.
Okay.
Are
So-
we not role-playing now?
No, I haven't taken my teacup back. So he punches you.
That's cute. Here you go.
But he's just like, his hand's gonna dissipate before he hits you. It's like, but do you understand? It's just childish people being childish. The original Salem that wanted to get the energy that the corrupted, as he called him, gained, wanted what he wanted, and didn't want to hear anything else.
The only reason war happens is to get money for someone else.
Typically, when it comes to something so blatant in politics, you would either have to change the truth enough for moderates to join your side, or the story or the facts might be a bit misconstrued.
And then the
Right.
country paints them as bad guys and evil and want to steal their souls, so then when they go to war with them, the people are okay with it because...
Right, but
It's
perhaps-
demonizing the enemy.
but I'm still like I understand the example you're giving, and it's rather effective. But both sides would have agendas in this point. So I just need to know more about it. I know the militaries on both sides have done some very horrendous things through my studies.
So, do you know if anything that Exodus has done has been proactively vicious? Like, have we gone out of our way to attack other countries? So, based on the books that you know, or would have read, or been told about,
Well, he's more of like he said. Well, again, he's been fighting the Exodus for 5 years.
Mhm.
So, have there been first-hand accounts?
This also seemed very similar to the Iraq War.
right?
Yeah, in a set, like yeah.
So, for Exodus to have moved forward to make any movement, to try to conquer anything, not initially. But they have found some tactical advancements to put themselves at a better defensive stance. A lot of the coastal areas around Trevella have been not, I wouldn't say conquered, but like weakened because of them pulling resources from them. They haven't really taken any land from that specific area, but they have drained them so that they can't benefit the armies to get a good standing against them. So, other countries may have accepted some of Naima and what's the other one? Naima and Khaldun. They initially were the leaders were allied with Caius. So Naima may have some like small areas that are primarily corrupted, and some have migrated there, and they've probably set up shop in some of the areas. So you may have been sent there to battle on Khaldun to try to empty out those areas instead of directly attacking Ægis itself. You may have assumed or been told that they have invaded those two areas, and where you were sent there to like dispatch or dispose of those people there. So in these areas down here.
Let me zoom out to see it properly. Yeah, okay.
In Khaldun, in Naima. Khaldun is where Anubis is initially from. So yeah, they have specifically him and the previous leader were really close. Anubis, not Caius, but Anubis. So he negotiated, of course, with Caius because of Anubis. Yeah, things were set up. They had some encampments in different places that you may have been sent to dispose of.
Okay. Again, I'm honestly not sure if any sort of accounts from Dristal's 5 years in the army, or I guess in the military, could support or contradict Sun's statement. So I was kind of like improvising that part.
Mhm.
So there have been no tech. So was there evidence during Dristal's, I guess, Kazimir's tours in Khaldun and Naima? Like, say for instance, that the enemy has been posted there, like, invaded there last month, but there is evidence that their supply has been here and they've been stationed here for maybe several months. Or that the noted body count was grossly misrepresented through I guess through how the people reacted to the army's presence. If more of them were, how should I put this? But essentially, was there anything off?
So, based off what you've been learning here, usually whenever you have an Aeon, it's birthed from a human and a corrupted or two corrupted. So, while going through your tours, you may have seen a few Aeons in the cities that you've, I guess, cleared out for the corrupted response. But since you see an Aeon in the area, that kind of means that they've been there for a long time and they kind of settled in. Because you're seeing multiple generations. So if that kind of clears up some stuff for you, I guess.
Yeah,
So
I
you
guess.
may have been told. You may have been told by the by your leaders to that there was this new invasion or new encampment of corrupted, and you go there to clear them out. It's not just corrupted; it's corrupted and Aeon. And Aeons are the next generation or the more pure bloodline of corrupted.
Okay, yeah. So if there is like a high level of Aeons there versus corrupted, or the corrupted are there but have been long established and friendly to the locals.
Right.
And
So you may have seen them interacting with each other like normal. You may have seen like, basic, interactions that are just cordial, and there's not like any laws against being corrupted in the area. Unlike in like where you are home to, there are laws against like being corrupted. If you are corrupted, you will either killed on sight or brought to jail and then possibly executed. So
sent
yeah,
to
there's
Gulag.
Yeah, sent to Gulag. Yeah. So. Yep.
Interesting. Yeah, so Dristal would have kind of he might have said it, but he wouldn't act so strongly about it. Between what we were saying about two sides might both be hiding something,
Hmm.
but he does. But he isn't showing that same sort of confidence, or at least he's not leading so. Like he's not leaning so hardly as that even split, like a 50-50 split. Uh, he
At the end of
does
like
seem
you
to
got told
practice.
you got told that the rednecks that you like went to war with were racist. You're like, what? No, they weren't racist. No, you guys are wrong. That race does suck. Like what? I was told by the group of people that I went to war with they suck. It's like, okay.
Like Dristal's just, I guess Kazimir is thinking through his experience in the war, like his knowledge of books, and cross-referencing with what Sun is saying, and he is digesting it. In a sense, thinking of how to rationalize it without being contradicting.
Actually, a very interesting thing because most people would just automatically leap to the new person telling me information is wrong because I have information already, so yours must be wrong.
Right. The only thing that's really stopping him from falling to that is his insight is the highest stat he has.
Yeah, so
Well,
it's a
highest
difference between a
skill.
smart person and a stupid person. Like if you grew up your whole life and people told you that a race was like a horrible and you should be racist towards them, and then you get told that no, they're not. You're like, what? It's like I was told my whole life they were bad. It's like, yeah, they're not. I mean, here's proof, and you're like, I'm gonna keep hating these people because I was told it first by these people that I trust.
I guess it's more of a wisdom. It's more of a wisdom thing rather
Yeah,
than
yeah.
intelligence, because like
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
have
exactly,
educated
yeah,
people
definitely.
that have just been educated
Yeah,
in a different way.
it's
but
100%
yeah.
a wisdom thing. Yeah, better to
Yeah.
think for yourself and just know things over what people learn or you taught by bad information.
Yeah, so that's why I guess that's why he isn't shutting down Sun. He's not just shooting his own arguments and not telling him about him being a lieutenant in the war.
It's
Because
interesting.
I think that I think that would offer some bad dialogue. I
it's
mean, if he
interesting to
knew
see,
that.
the outcome and how you deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, again, he only fought until one instance. He had only fought armed combatants, but but that one incident is for a later date. He might actually believe it more because of the evidence he had against his own platoon he was serving under, his own branch. So, yeah, we can discuss more about it, I guess, later.
Yeah.
I see no one else took a sip of tea. You don't like?
Will, you
No.
took my cup, remember?
Like, nah, I brought my own.
Kidding.
It
I'll-
takes a drink from her flask.
I can pour myself a cup, if
Please.
you would allow me to.
Help yourself. Of course.
Okay.
Well, since you all know where I stay now, am I going to expect you all for visits often?
I don't know. Guess if we think of anything else to ask you.
Is that all you want me for?
Pretty much.
Unfortunate. At least you're honest. He walks off for a bit. Disappears.
I don't really hang out that much.
Walks off and says he'll be right back. And you hear some footsteps going upstairs.
Does he look like he's going to try to bring something back down,
Nope, just got
or
up.
is running away?
No, he's not running. He's casually just stepped off. He said he'll be back. But
No way.
it's up to you to believe.
Go ahead.
You wanted to say something first, Nick? Go ahead.
Fine, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just saying, Dristal is holding the teacup, but he's not taking a sip of it first.
I mean, Iggy's already drank his tea. Their tea.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, I already drank it. I prepared it. I was the one who made it.
Yeah.
Want to be secure. It's not going to be like Rise and the knockout situation.
I mean, unless the tea he has is poison, then that's a different thing. But I mean, I prepared the tea, so.
I doesn't drink anything, so I mean, you know.
Right. The thing was magic last time because no natural poison could just activate it with a snap of a finger. That's why he. Oh, go ahead.
Kind of works that way in D&D, right? Like, if you get shot by drown poison, you fail, you're just out.
Right, if you're shot by something contaminated with poison. But when people have been drinking, yeah, like drinking it, people for like 2 hours, people for 5 minutes, they all drink it, and then at one instance when Rise ordered it, snapped her fingers, and everyone else that drank it.
Maybe it activates when someone, like, maybe it activates instantly, but it doesn't take effect when someone snaps their fingers. That's what the poison is.
Crazy thought. You ever think that was part of her corrupted power?
So, like, poison in time?
No, not poison in time, just poison. But she has the ability to activate it. It might not even be technically poison. It could just be, like, like her own essence, and then it's like, boop.
Think of it magic. A lot easier. Just think of it magic. Let's move it on. Before we start trying to explain how fireballs spawn out of nowhere and blow things up.
Yeah. But Dristal is still not drinking it just yet. He's blowing on it, but he'll wait for sun to come back down.
I slowly look at her now. I don't say anything. I just look at her. How is she holding up there?
Maybe. Sleeping. Help.
Cold on the desk.
The poison kicked in.
She drank the poison. It was in the burger! The burger was poison!
Oh, yeah. You got Ægis.
I think you got that, yeah.
Yeah, the food coma.
Right.
We eat a triple burger and fries. Barely eat a double burger. Not true anymore. I eat a lot now. It's also another thing. I'm losing weight, but I eat more now than I ever have.
Well, but now you have an activity to expend the calories.
Thanks by what's happening. Used to get like just a meal from McDonald's or Wendy's or something like that. Now I got like a meal and an extra nugget on the side or something.
Also, it depends about how much sugar you intake, because that can be stored as fat quicker than complex carbohydrates like breads.
It's another thing too. I'm eating more sugar than I ever have.
That is interesting.
Because I don't like sweets. Like I don't like candy and stuff like that. So I never ate like sweets or cake or donuts or anything like that. But like every morning I eat oatmeal, and it's like light maple brown sugar.
Okay, well that's fine. You typically, as a rule of thumb, try to have no sugar past 2 p.m. So that actually checks out.
Well, to be fair, I just got finished eating oatmeal like 30 minutes ago. So I mean, but that's my breakfast.
But yeah, you know, like relative, relative to you is your 2 p.m. is probably like your 1 a.m.
Yeah, but like, we got a new elliptical machine, and I'm losing more weight from it because it's better.
Cool.
Nice.
Because my sister has like an old one that she's like was boasting about so much. Man, my machine's so amazing. It's like cool, but she wants it back, so we're like, I guess we gotta get a new one. It turns out like it was nice like 7 years ago for her, but I mean, Like having a 7-year-old computer. It's like, yeah, I got it on sale for like $300. I was like, yeah, but it's 7 years old.
Yeah, the hardware may not be up to snuff unless they were high-end specs for 2013, 2015.
Yeah, it's smaller. It's more compact. It doesn't make any noise, and yeah, it works out better. So I'm like, yeah, it's all around is better. Guess we should move on past Annar because I guess she passed out.
Yeah.
I messaged her. She didn't say anything, so I'll call her, I guess.
Okay.
Are you waiting for Sun to come back then?
Yeah, I had him out so you guys can kind of discuss things amongst each other without him.
Yeah, I figured as much. That's why I was like, my main thing was like Annar, like, but I can always just, like I said, be truthful in a sense where I do want to think about these things a little bit more. I mean, Nick thinks he's got like a thing going, but whether that's right or not, I mean, it makes sense. But Icky doesn't want to spill the beans because Annar asked, so.
Yeah, Dristal again is just processing and cross-referencing his information with all this. So I guess a bit of an existential crisis.
Everything I know is a lie.
True.
I mean, not everything, but
Answer.
he does know he does know his platoon was corrupted, and he does understand most people genuinely believe that. So if they knew the truth, the war effort support for it would be out the window, or at least heavily damaged. So that's why I'm struggling to think about what kind of evidence could be indisputable for him to be the whistleblower. Because he does have dates and times, and of course the files and like vinyl discs as recordings. But is there anything else that could be could be a shadow without a doubt? Nope, this was a wrong act, and we need to take a closer look into our military, at least for Trivella.
So something wrong that Trevella did that needs to stand out, or something wrong that Exodus did.
Well, I guess the Trevelyan army, like under his platoon. Remember, he was like Kazimir was intended to die in an IED explosion,
right?
After dealing with a technical war crime, because he didn't understand that the place that was being bombed with gas was full of civilians, and when they came in, yeah, they saw a few corrupt soldiers away, but looking further into it, into the homes, a lot of children, a lot of parents. So, it's going off of, it's heavily based off of the My Lai massacre in Vietnam back in the 1970s, where the information a platoon got was wrong, but the higher-ups decided, no, go ahead anyways. They didn't use gas, they mowed down people, took them to a trench, executed them there because there was no soldiers in there, but elderly men, women, children, and only 2 soldiers of that documentary decided to, inform a family of 5 to pretend that they're dead, and snuck them away. It essentially went to higher court, and
So did Dristal do the same thing?
Dristal did something pretty similar. Yeah, he tried to
give you
save.
I can give you something very important for that as a backstory to tie you into the world.
Well, yeah, Kazimir.
Yeah.
Is he like? It's easy to say Dristal because that has been his cover
Yeah.
and his name for the majority of the campaign.
I can give you something for that though. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, and just a side note. I'm not sure if it wants to be if I wanted to have it next session or sometime soon. Like I guess that Lauren date to the skating rink if it has to be done by some mishmash way. Because I do want some I guess I do want some because there are questions that I've asked that I think just writing to each other won't be sufficient enough. Like acting it out would be better.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you guys need to chit chat between each other anymore before? You have any questions about
Nope.
about game stuff?
I'm good.
All good.
But yeah, he'll make his way back down. Seemingly just readjusting his clothes and sitting down. Have I been a good host?
Yeah.
Absolutely, impeccably. And he sits down, their cup finished, and just I will have to bring you some tea next time.
Great. Very much appreciated. So he'll so yeah, I think it's the Northshire tea.
Say what?
Northshire tea.
Northshire?
Yeah.
Northshire tea. Yeah. Okay.
No, if you add some actual spices into it, it could taste a lot.
Or Yorkshire.
What?
What was that?
When you boil water, to help give better flavor to the tea, things like cinnamon, cardamom, ginger, are actually very good. You'd have to let them steep for a while, then, of course. Add the black tea later on. It's not really anything like cooking, but yeah. Because, you don't really gain any calories from that.
Right.
I guess I'll let Dristal make the tea next time since my tea was inadequate.
That's what I'm thinking. I thought he was like, "Bitch, you trying to tell me how to make tea?"
No.
Like no.
I'm giving it. I'm just giving some helpful advice. My mother used to make it all the time. And it's just literally putting things in water and letting them boil.
I'm always open to new recipes. So bring what you can, and I'll enjoy it. I'm pretty sure you have a good taste.
You should really talk to Joshua. I'm actually learning to take cooking classes from him. Maybe we can have a group. I know he's open to have more than one pupil. So if you care to join me, we can schedule a night for that.
Very well. I'll do so.
All right. How does 2 days from now sound?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll see what he has to offer. I've heard the name often, and people do love going to his restaurant, I believe. Not really a bar.
I guess it's a diner / pub
Whatever.
because
Call
he
it.
does make good. He does make short order food, but I also seen him make more elegant dishes.
Well,
Granted, if I was in a rush. Please continue. I tend to ramble on.
oh, it's all fine. Just taking a mental note of when and what to expect once next. I do get to see this Joshua. Like I said, I've heard his name often. I didn't really get the chance to meet with him while doing business with the Viper.
right?
Are they gonna fuck?
Why is this everyone that
you
Dristal makes friends with?
Do you like that?
That didn't really seem like a fun.
No. But it's like literally everyone Dristal makes friends with. One of you guys ask, "Are they gonna bang?" Like
I'm just saying.
uh,
Earlier
Peggy
today,
and Albert, Bill, maybe Belinda. The guy, I think his name was Greg from the sewer that he gave a lunchbox to.
I remember that one.
Yeah, everyone.
Oh,
Every
makes it-
single one, Dristal has been nice to. You're asking like, are they gonna bone? I
I
find
said,
it hilarious.
I literally just said, "Be careful, the tea is hot." Just like adding some flavor
Hey,
into the role play, and people
hey,
are like, "Are they gonna
no,
fuck?"
no. I would like. I was like. I said specifically,
now?
I am joking. Like I prefaced that before I went in further into the joke.
Do I hear it now?
Crystal didn't bone everyone.
Did.
You're back.
Talk about boning and wake up.
Coincidence?
woke up
I
pregnant.
think
I know, right?
You fall asleep.
But great. Dristal can now see Joshua and Sun and learn how to cook all in one. Though, I will say this: if I get a nat 1 in cooking, I showed the two the secrets of how to burn water.
That's gonna be impressive.
Yeah, just that bad of a cook.
Impressive bed. Yeah, so like he's gonna just kinda sip his tea. And ask you guys, is there anything else? Or
no. Like I said, tea was good. Not as good as Drissel's mom's apparently, but you know, he'll make it next time and it'll be better. So, you ready to go, Dristal? I guess he went.
Oh yeah, Dristal, of course, already blowing on earlier. He shotguns the tea without it splashing on him.
throws it
That
back.
bad?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you burn the roof of your mouth, but after a while, your mouth builds up a bit of a calluses. So yeah, he shotguns the tea down and thank you for your hospitality, son. You have
Anytime.
given me a lot to consider.
Oh, good to hear. Where'd you go? That was a mistake. Yeah. Ran my hand across the keyboard and tap delete.
Yeah, and then he just exited from live because Sun
Like, thanks, son.
did what he
Alright.
thought was impossible. He convinced a soldier for the enemy side that they were probably wrong.
Alright, where to? Are you just gonna have a conversation out in the app?
I don't think we really
Is Annar back or no? Not really.
leave again.
E?
If Annar's going limp, Dristal is just gonna drag her.
Like done talking about sex? Oh well, bye.
Yeah, literally just came in for the sex talk and then just left, I guess.
Well, there's always Blaine. There's Nor. There's looking
Right.
underneath the city. That's not going to happen. You can do that on your own time.
Sorry. The one thing I like about voices is I know if you guys are talking in game or out of game.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry. So these. Okay, my bad.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My internet
Yes.
was being stupid.
A bit screwy.
Yeah.
Right.
Ask what you need to ask before she goes away again.
I mean, we can ask that out like outside because I mean, in the house with Sun. I don't know if that's like where she wants to have that conversation.
Oh yeah, that is important. Perhaps I don't know. You and her can go to this corner to have your little chat, or I guess when she was going up, I guess when Sun was going upstairs to get changed, you guys could have that conversation then too.
I mean, I wouldn't have it in that building. I was just glancing looks at her, see how she was doing as we were talking about Garen.
Yeah, she wasn't doing all that great when it was bringing up, bringing up the whole dealio with the war starting and like why it's going on.
And your thoughts about this person knowing Garen?
She's very much so just. You can tell. Actually, do insight real quick for me. Yeah, you can easily tell that Annar is pretty seething from the whole fact that he knows him and saying that he was a friend and a good guy.
Never said he was a good guy. He said he was just a brother.
So
Could have been an asshole to the group. I don't know. Still a brother.
if I get that much from her, I won't like say anything there, and I will hold conversations for a different time. But and Nikki said there's a couple things that are like clicking and some that are not quite clicking in place. But anywhere else we need to be today, Vi?
No, we don't need to be anywhere. We're just kind of investigating stuff.
Okay. So then there's the object of Nor, who was attempting to attack the crown by himself in a reckless manner, which you asked us to kind of keep an eye on him and make sure he didn't do anything too stupid. There's Blaine, who is the person you didn't care about to, maybe he has seen something. He's a hired hand, so maybe he can give a little more insight. There is the potential of possibly locating more fallen soul gems for Neve. Which reminds me, Justal, why were you trying to get him to say the name of the crystal? Like, I don't understand the relevance.
To share information, you
were trying to make sure that he was giving us correct information.
Yes. Because we already know Neve's a thing, and learning other information like Eclipse. So you can't you can't show your hand too early.
I mean, I feel like I have heard the name Eclipse before. However, I'm 100% positive I didn't write it down.
But now we also know that it's a fallen soul. more information, and the soul is probably fragmented like Neve's.
Which begs the question, I wonder if Teru's crystal was a fallen soul or not.
Was it Teru or Toru?
Teru. Teru. Yeah, Teru.
Okay, Teru. I guess I thought Toru from Jackie Chan. I'll make
So-
that correction. Oh. Do you think if we ask, do you think the other fallen soul gems can recognize each other's locations?
I don't think so. If anything, I feel like they would have a connection to their other pieces, which is why I asked if I knew about. Basically, the same way I found the orb might be effective in finding the other pieces of Neve and potentially gaining a stronger ally if Reno can keep the power of Neve in check. I mean, Neve seems pretty, benign herself, so. But who knows? They could be another trick. Gods are fucking just playing with mortals most of the time anyway, so.
Conjecture. Right.
But
of course. Do you think we should go see Tres? Maybe find out what he might know about us? I guess.
Terrace, we could. I don't know if he'll tell us anything more that we don't know. There's also the horsewoman thing, person, and child, which is an option.
Right.
I guess it just depends on what we think is more serious or what needs more focus. The fact that Sun is now aware of potentially Sato and hopefully doesn't rat us out. I can't really say he won't, but I mean, it's always an option.
If he was calling him an ally, I imagine he is with Sato.
I mean,
no, I mean, once again, his allegiances lies with Exodus, not Sato. He thought Sato was doing good things for Exodus, and that's where his misguided trust of Sato may or may not be, problematic. It's all just theory, though. That's why I'm saying lots of theories, nothing concrete. I don't know. I can only read Sun on a surface level. They are just. I don't know. Part of me thinks he's telling the truth, but part of me thinks he's withholding. But if it was a trap, he could have easily have done something. But maybe the long con is to let us do more work for him, figure more things out, tell him.
I don't think we can trust him.
I mean, at this point, a lot of the people we come in contact, I don't feel like you think you can trust any of them.
He knows too much about.
Yeah. Once again, that's like if I knew a lot about. It's like me knowing a lot about Grants. I knew her in a past life. just because, I mean, yeah, I don't trust her now worth anything, but I mean, just because now that everyone else is trying to trust her doesn't mean I don't think that they should trust her. I just don't. I want nothing to do with her. So, you're going to have to trust someone eventually. And I know that you trust us somewhat, but I don't know if we can survive this alone. Running away is not going to fix anything. Because eventually you're going to get tired of running, or they're going to capture you, so running doesn't help. We have to face this, we have to face it head first. We have to figure out if Garen is actually with Exodus or without Exodus. Or if what my thought was is that Hannah is either A, being manipulating, or somewhere in between. She's the only one that Sun doesn't really know, and leads me to believe that she's the only one who has much more to gain from a conniving, cunning plan such as this. So in your case, I was trying to find more about, you said, who else was supposed to be conjoined inside of you?
No, so I have 3 different souls in him.
Right. So you were. It was supposed to be Garen and who else?
Well, I wasn't really sure who the 2 other were until, we actually talked to them.
Okay, so then it's. I don't remember who Garen was saying. I mean, have you thought about having a conversation with Garen? Not just. I mean, if you're in control, right? You're strong, and what's the harm, right?
I'm in control when I'm drinking.
I'm just saying that maybe he has some insight into your problem. I'm just trying to troubleshoot here, man. Don't get upset at me. I'm trying to make your life, without Garen. This seems to all be connected in a little bit of a way or another. So this is you and your body, and I'm not about to make your choices. So that's why I'm asking what you feel comfortable with. You can just say that you don't want to do anything, you just want to kill everyone, but that's not going to solve our problems. If anything, that's the opposite of helping. I mean, you don't have to answer now, or just give it some thought.
I don't even fucking know anymore.
Take time, I guess. Try and figure out what you do know, and then we could go from there. Just put that on the back burner, I guess. So, do we want to look in the sewers?
If we look in the sewers,
Or-
will there be people digging down there? Maybe we'll find
We
Tess
get-
again and we can fight her and put a water on her.
Somehow I don't know if that's a good idea.
What do you mean? Either something like that, but I think it's good to stay on the defensive for now until she crosses our path. Or we could lure her into a trap. By just marching in and trying to swing at her, she'll probably be well guarded.
I mean, last time she was by herself.
Right. In the Jester territory, mostly alone. But she probably spends most of her time in the Crown District. Now, trying to launch a full frontal assault is too messy. Needs to come over. Well, she probably needs to find other places in the sewers to conduct her rituals. You can keep eyes and ears on the ground with your grunt, and they can report to you, to report to us, to deal with her then.
Then I think the most opportunistic thing to do at the moment is to try and find Nor, so that he doesn't go and charge and get them all riled up and put them on the offensive. Let's keep him from doing something stupid now, unless he's already done something stupid. In which case, shit.
I guess we'll bear witness.
Witness him?
Witness me! Sorry if I peeked, by the way.
It's all good. Let's see. Or maybe we can break catch 2 stones or 3 hens, or I don't fucking know the expression. Terrace normally hangs out at that bar, and that was the last place we saw Nor. So perhaps he's there.
Right. Worth looking into at least.
Maybe, I want to say her name was like not Rosa, Penelope? Who was the bar owner there? It was the woman in the hat, but now I can't remember.
I thought Penelope was... No, sorry. I confused Penelope for Persephone.
I used Trina for that one. It was Trina.
Trina? Is it Trina? I know it was the witch, the woman, witch in the hat, but I couldn't remember her name.
Yeah, that's Trina.
Yeah. So. Well, I guess we could go look there and start, unless Vyet and Annar have any objections.
Yeah, if we shouldn't go in the sewer because we'll stay out of that. Yeah, we're gonna do that one last, I guess. I don't want to go in the sewer anyway, or underground. Yeah, talking to people's fine.
Oh, Leslie, did you remember your date with Ox this evening? Or was it supposed to be this afternoon?
That's what we tonight.
Okay,
So that's
so the
after
evening
the
is
work,
tonight.
after work thing.
Okay, just want to make sure, because I know it's something you're interested in.
Make sure you wear protection.
Uh-huh.
With the way he hits, his semen might come out like bullets.
I'll be fine.
Just saying. Alright, well. No sewers, then let's go to the bar.
Alright, let's go.
So we head to the bar.
Trina's bar.
Yes.
The bottom.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, and it's being more fucky. Don't know how long I'll be able to.
There's no grade on this one, so you just move your tokens.
Actually, I might have to call because I have to have some stuff I need to do tonight. Is that right with you guys?
Mm.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna have to call it. Sorry, I wasn't able to interact more because my internet's being dumb.
So good.
Alright,
I know.
I will talk to you guys later.
Later.
Love you.
Bye. Love you too.
So I guess then the question is, are we calling it there, or are we still going?
You can keep going for a little bit. Unless you feel that there's things to come up important. To
Up to you guys. I mean, the
So
bar
tell-
is probably going to be a random roleplay scene, right? I don't know if there's any.
Yeah, I don't imagine there's anything like super important to happen. I mean, it would be convincing Nor to join us rather than to do something dumb by himself. And then if it's Terrence is there, then it's like Seven Deadly Sin stuff, which Nor isn't part of. So, or is she?
No.
No.
Yeah, so let's continue on.
Oh.
Do.
Klein getting in. Or is back in his usual spot. But Terrace is not. As you don't see him. You may see an orc or two, but not the ones that you are familiar with. Sitting around specific token.
Alrighty. I walk over to the bar and I say, "Hello, Trina. Can I get 2 of your best?"
Awesome, I'll set that up.
And I hand her the gold.
So kind. God. Yes. What? Bring the good stuff. The good stuff. You mean?
This is Muriel.
Shows him the gold coin like, oh, the good stuff. Alright. Squished. No.
Oompa Loompa. Drinks and a show.
Don't care how I want it now.
So he comes back in, reaches across, and she grabs it, fills up a couple of glasses or mugs, puts it down in front of you. Here you go. You guys gonna try to make this place your usual? Keeps the business.
You know, I don't mind visiting every now and again, but you know Ian is very territorial.
I mean, yeah, our base is like, right, we have a hangout, which is.
Yeah. I really like Ian too. I mean, he's mad hot.
I'm gonna put in a good word.
Wait, you put in a good word for me? Would you?
No.
Do I have to pay you for that?
No, I just asked you if you wanted me to.
Yeah? Please?
You know, Killian is his best friend, and you probably have to make a really good impression with him, and he's a hard ass.
Yeah, I've seen Killian. He's very intimidating.
Now they.
Doesn't talk.
He's a softie.
Now,
Okay, you
this
guys
might
know
be a little
that-
bit weird saying it again, but they actually might be fucking.
Oh, I've never considered that. Huh. Maybe he is. He's too cute to be single.
Yeah, so I was thinking too just now when you were saying it. I was like, yeah, he is kind of cute. I wonder why. There's a guy that's always with him. Yup.
You know, there's more to think people than just fucking, right? They could just be really good friends.
Or they can be a
you
couple,
gotta understand.
and they
You
don't
gotta
fuck.
understand that Killian is very much about cooking. Like, if you said that you were gonna go learn from Josh instead of Killian, he'd probably be a little upset at you. And then Ian really loves his bar. So, you saying that they're gay, maybe they just are a business owner. Or what was the term you called Dristal?
A proud business owner.
Yeah, that one. A proud business owner. He's probably just one of them.
Well, I mean, and also they could be a couple and just not be fucking too. So you know.
Won't know till I ask. As I take the drinks and kind of go over to Nor's table and set them on the table, sit myself down, start drinking.
I help you
I don't know. Can you?
speak.
Talking so unfamiliar, like you don't know me. God.
Don't know you.
You do, but just and you know the people we hang out with. Anyways, your sister just wants to make sure you're safe and do things safely. I'm just here to help.
Gio's still with the Vipers.
Well, you know how she is about people who show initiative. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like he's packing or anything. But, anyway. She's just concerned that you're going to do something reckless, like, attack the crown, which, believe me, good idea.
Who's to say I haven't done it already?
Because the crown are still around.
Oh.
And if you did attack them, it's probably really not good, so...
Not good for them. I did make a move.
Oh, yeah? What'd you do?
One's down.
Who?
6 more to go. What?
You said one's down, 6 more to go?
Yep.
Did you take care of, what's his name? Diesel? Donovan? Derek?
Daniel?
Was it Derek? Daniel? Is it Daniel? It sounds like it's Daniel.
Dobby?
Dobby. If you're talking about that pushover, then I mean, yeah, it might be a little impressive, but not like detrimental.
It wasn't.
Oh yeah, I don't know, who was it?
I actually targeted Cassie's husband.
Whose husband?
Cassie?
I mean, Nick doesn't know. Does that ring a bell?
Well, you guys have run into Cassie yet?
Have we run it, Casey?
You haven't. No.
No. Okay. Well, I couldn't tell. Would I know the name though?
You probably know.
Okay. That's nice. Well, we had like much bigger fish to fry, and I'm talking like Tess and some others, because we figured out how to deal with Tess. So, figured if you just want to like not do things by yourself, that would, we can do them together.
Oh, you guys want to partner up with me and kill some folks?
Ixnay on the Ilke say, yeah. Then I kind of like give him like the pointed Dristal.
Does he not understand that they're evil?
You try and explain that to people, and he just doesn't get the idea that some people are just better off dead for the majority of people, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
He doesn't get that, killing one innocent can spare a lot of other people. And if he does get that, he just doesn't want to rationalize it in that way. because he thinks it makes him less of a human, or like air quotes human. Other races, I don't want to offend the orcs.
Would it make him feel better to know that each one of them has a kill count of at least 30?
No, it really wouldn't, because I don't think he likes that my number's like probably in that area too. So, just like, yeah.
You're whispering this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. If you are whispering, I would have been at your table then.
He'll tell you, like, Cassie killed my other little sister. Gio may not tell you. Yeah, Gio may not speak much of her, but I had a younger sister. 13.
Yeah, sorry. Gio only speaks about things that she can't really have, so sorry.
I've been a little, I wouldn't call it traumatized, but, yeah, I have no more restraint when those guys. If I see them, it's on site. They get it.
I mean, I get that. That works for me. But, see, if you start killing higher-ups, that puts them on much higher alert whenever we're just trying to do a clean sweep, you know what I mean?
So what's your push toward it? How do you care?
Oh, well, I mean, we're Jester, so that's fine.
Conquest?
Conquest is a hard word. More like unification.
Yeah. It's hard to police the whole city when you can't go in half of it or some of it.
I thought you guys were going to talk to Josh about that.
Oh, we have. Don't worry about that.
So did you make agreements yet?
Kind of.
Yeah, we're pretty on good terms. Although, Fuckface Via, he's still kind of like, we're not sure what's up with him. Josh wants to make sure that his brother's at least okay. But, I think they're letting us do the heavy lifting. And if they try some, stupid stuff, no offense, we can deal with that. But Josh seems much more understanding of what he can do and how to handle his situations than Vi. I think you'll agree.
Yeah, I had no issues with Josh. See how they're asshole.
Yeah. But you don't have to really worry about that tiny prick guy. I think he's out for good. And the whole time, Icky is kind of pulling a Vi where not really paying him much mind, but like working with, like, messing with her nails and drinking.
Okay. Yeah, so his feet are up in the other seat between, as he leans his back against the wall and just swirling the cup. So, what other business do you have? Just to check on me because of Gio?
Oh no, I was thinking that you seem to handle yourself pretty well inside of Chris's mansion, and that you'd be much more of a valuable asset as an enforcer for the Jesters rather than someone who's not.
I think I'm doing better on my own, but if you guys need help, I mean, got one of them.
I mean, you got a wife.
What do you know about my wife?
Did you? Hold on, Nick to DM. Didn't you say that was Casey's wife?
Husband.
Yeah, I thought you said something like his wife.
Oh, my bad. I misunderstood.
It's coming off like a threat like Icky. I mean, so bold.
Yeah, so he mentioned killing Cassie's husband. Cassie's the female, one of the guards, not guards, the crowns people.
Like one of the higher ups, and she's known.
Yeah. Husband, wife. I mean, if you went after him first, I mean, we all knew who wear the pants in that family, right? But I get you don't. I guess my question to you then is, why oppose it? Why not accept the backup and help and you think you're doing fine by yourself, but don't you feel like you could do better leading a group instead of what's the word? Vigilanting?
So you're saying if I was to agree, I'll get a leadership position?
I mean, you'd have to pass some tests, but I mean, you seem capable. Why not?
Alright, so what's the test?
I mean,
What?
we can think about that. Say what?
I was like, oh, what do you say?
Yeah, Vice like,
Yeah, Vice like, what about
okay, fine, yeah, great.
There's no leadership positions.
I didn't say leadership. I just said head of a group. Like, I didn't say a leadership position.
Well, if you're the head of the group, you are leader of a group. Maybe.
So, remember, I'm thinking hierarchy. You know, you got thugs, you got someone in charge of thugs, and then you have the leader of those leaders, which is like Lucky, right? And then you have enforcers who are the ones who, you know, beat up or X or Y the more, strategists on the battlefield, right? So they're essentially on par with Lucky in a sense. But you know, put him as like a captain of the guard rather than like where you're sitting as, you know, like lead enforcer or whatever. That's my thought, anyways. Put him in charge of a bunch of thugs, or, you know, enforcers or cleaners or assassins, whichever he's more suited.
I
And
have all those leaders, technically.
say again?
There's already a leader for everything.
Yeah, I'm not saying making him a leader. I'm saying making him like a captain, someone under the leader.
I don't know if I didn't have rank like that, but yeah. I don't know, I guess, sure. We don't
Why
have that
not?
many, we don't have that many
I mean,
people.
Well, it sounds like you guys need to organize your team to make a spot for me, so once you do so, I'll consider it. But until then, handle things how I want.
I don't know
what happens if... Say again?
I was like, I don't know what you really want. You want to be a... Like, what are your skills? Like, what do you do?
Fuck shit up.
Yeah, I guess you'll be an enforcer, but I mean, sure, you can be an enforcer, but that's pretty much it. You're just an enforcer.
Okay. So, what perks do I get from that?
You get to be part of the jesters and beat shit up. And then
also,
we pay you.
You would have the resources from the jesters, be it extra manpower from time to time, or sorry, please continue, Vi.
It's just you do your job, you get paid. That's pretty much it. Not really that extravagant.
Also, you be part of the community.
Yeah, and the better you do your job, the more you get paid. It's not really ranks, it's just more of like, so, like, if you do well, you get taken on more jobs. So you do more jobs, you get paid more.
And is there a reason you guys need me specifically? Or you just guys rather have me under your wing so I don't go too far out of control?
I don't really care about you. I'm just saying we invite everyone. If you're good, you have a place. If you're not, then yeah.
Fine. I'll consider it.
Yeah.
But if I decide to go do things on my own, is there any kind of reprimand or any issues with that?
No. I mean, if you want to do the job without getting paid, that's fine. But if you fuck shit up, then we have to deal with you.
Deal with me. Cute.
Yeah.
Adorable.
I mean, we hear people all the time, like fucking people complaining about people doing stuff in town, something like that. So we have to deal with them.
Well,
yeah, I can see this not even negotiation, this attempt to just make sure that you're well kept has gone pretty sourly. So thanks. Yeah, thank you, Vi. And he just kind of like walks away.
So I just I don't know. I feel like I can do my best solo.
Right. I understand you want to stop the crown from being a thing, correct?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. The Jacers do want to take over that territory. But what are other things you'd want from the ruination of the crowns, or the elimination of the crowns? What do you want?
Vengeance for my sister, and yeah, to make sure that those bastards get what's coming. What else is there to worry about?
What about the sister you already have? If
She'll
you
be
are going
fine.
in alone,
Pretty sure she's being protected by some little wimp. I think she.
no, please continue.
Yeah, I just believe she'll be fine. If I take them out first, then they can't get at her, right?
How would you feel if you fell? Granted, you did attack Cassie's husband. Still, nothing is a small feat, but a far cry from the others.
Yeah, I'm pulling the attention to me. If they feel that I'm a threat and they come after me.
Or they come
Perfect.
after Geo.
I doubt that. Go to the main people. They should know by now I'm not part of their little group.
With their captain weakened, their his brother not interested in the role, and the insurgents within the Vipers themselves, knowing your identity, it's all just simple mathematics. And honestly, Vi is not really in the best of shape, though Geo is not going to leave. So, think about this as far as security goes. Working with the group can access you both anonymity and bolstering in numbers, along with information. So the hits you do on those that have wronged you are quick, are at your fingertips. Would you rather spend hours scouring around finding leads that lead nowhere? Or would you rather have hundreds of ears on the ground telling you where your target is, how to hit your target? All that information the gestures can provide if you work if you work with them. And to make sure the job is done right. Because what happens if you botch your job? They see your face and boom. Everyone is on high alert from you. What are your thoughts then?
You bring up a good point, but I think I can handle them before they get to her. But I don't know. I don't like thinking this hard. Shooting that move. So, what protection can you guys offer? Who's to say that you guys won't just put a simple guard in front of the house and say that it's protected?
The jesters have ways of making sure anonymity is kept, along with providing house inside of their territories that are well guarded. Of course. Vi, I believe you can speak more on those details, or you can speak with their leader, Ezekiel. I'm sure he's fine to meet with a high profile, with a person of your caliber.
What what do you need protecting from?
In the worst case scenario, Vi. Though the gestures are a good deterrent of that.
Yeah, but what are you scared is gonna attack you?
Not me. My
Geo.
sister.
Yeah, but what about her? Like, why is someone gonna attack her?
I'm asking him.
Yeah, to get to
He's-
know her, is that too hard to put together? Why, I appreciate you, but
Oh no,
sometimes
no, like talking about like putting a guard in front of our house and saying she's protected. But I'm like, why would we do that to protect her?
No, I'm talking about first anonymity being the gestures. Like, one person, such as Nor, can be spotted out in an instant, but in a coordinated strike, it's harder to parse the individuals. Also, he can wear a disguise of sort. But if you just see some guy running around ragged without any sort of enter and exit point secured by an outside force, there are going to be people who see you.
Yeah, I got that. So, you're asking us if your sister joins with you, could we protect her?
No, it's like regardless of whether her sister joins with us, that we would extend that courtesy to her in case that thing goes wrong, along with deterring the possibility of her sister being a target in the first place.
How can we protect her in the Viper territory?
I mean, is that too hard to do? I mean,
Yeah. What do you mean? What is it too hard to do?
we know Joshua already. He seems open to that kind of discussion. He lets us wander around freely.
Yeah, but I mean, we would have to like send people to protect her or watch her in their This doesn't make any sense.
Also, relocation is another option, like relocating both Vi and Geo to a more secure spot. The one that the crown are not aware of.
The crown wants to kill us all.
Understood, but they will go after the highest targets, like the highest profile targets first. And how do they get to the higher profile targets? Information. But with that lack of information, along with the location, they can't put them on the list.
It doesn't like if Geo were to quit the Vipers to come and join the Jesters, she has nothing to do with them.
Doesn't have to quit the Viper. It's like an extension, kind of like it is an accommodation, kind of like a benefit, if you will, that the Jesters could provide. Like how Bryson is safely in my company through a deal I struck with Ezekiel.
Yeah, but he also lives and works with you.
I'm sure some accommodations can be made for that.
Like okay, like if you promised Bryson's parents that you would keep him safe, and he wandered into the like Vipers every single day, all day, by himself, how can you promise to keep him safe? You're not there with him to keep him safe. He can get randomly stabbed by somebody.
No. Again, you could still have guards around a perimeter of a secure location. A location undisclosed, or at least unknown to the crown.
I just don't think Geo's that big of a deal that they would go after her to get to Vi, where Vi's house is pretty publicly known, the big house.
Vi, just please stop talking because no offense, but it doesn't seem like you're getting it at all.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting it. It's fine. I think this whole thing you're offering is stupid, but that's fine. You can keep offering it to him and just lie to him, I guess. Yeah, we'll keep her safe. We'll keep her totally safe. She'll be perfectly fine just in whatever house we put her in.
You realize you're not whispering any of this.
I'm telling you directly. Like, I'm going along with what he's saying now, because it makes total sense, yeah.
Vi, you don't understand how this thing works.
Huh, sure.
Seriously, you're almost as dumb as Annar.
That's what I'm thinking you are right now, but that's fine.
How are you proving me wrong? I am giving you evidence, and you
I'm
are
giving
giving
you
no
evidence.
counter. What evidence? There's no counter to it.
You're
You just say
telling
no.
us to send our guards into their territory to watch her and monitor her. That's your like negotiation, because she might get attacked. To get information to know about the leader of them, Vi.
No.
You're painting like a really bad picture here. That's what I'm saying.
No, that is incorrect.
But you
Because
just
Vi
said, so
is
whatever.
not the essential target here. I'm talking about Nor being the essential target. And I'm talking about relocation into relocation within the Jester district. If staying at home, staying in the. Let me just collect my thoughts. So we could relocate Geo and Vi into the Jester district while Vi is recovering and Geo is watching after him. I'm sure there are plenty of safe places the Jesters could provide.
Yeah, they can come live here.
Within the territory.
Sure.
Now Geo doesn't necessarily have to join the ranks with the Jesters. As long as Nor offers his assistance, it would be an extended benefit. Are you still following me?
Yeah, that's fine. She can come live here. Like, there's no problem with that. But why would Vi come here?
Because she won't leave without Vi.
Why would Vi come here?
He really is in no shape to argue.
I guess.
And Riku can come here to service. Is that making more sense now?
Yeah, sure, and everything will be all nice and happy, and everything will work out exactly how you're saying it. But I don't think it will.
I'm saying it's a more secure option than what Nori is doing right now.
The most secure option is for everyone to surrender. Let us control everything, and we'll protect them all. That's the most secure option, but that's not happening. We're having to fight these people.
Right, and if they fight dirty, we need to make sure that Geo is safe if they know Nor's identity, because they have information and ears on the ground too.
So you're basically saying that her brother going and attacking them is putting his sister at danger, and he's okay with that, but he wants now us to protect her for him.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
I was saying he is going out and doing something which is putting his sister in danger, because they may go after her to go after him. So he wants us to watch her in order for him to keep vigilante and killing them, so she'll be safe, so they can't go after her to get to him.
Actually,
Somewhat.
Yeah.
What I'm actually saying is, you're almost right. You're almost right with what I'm saying. But joining ranks and working with the Jesters for that coordinated strike, rather than random sparses here and there, getting the information he needs to make his hits easier to get to, a more manageable goal.
But if I don't know, like it seems really weird, because for him to join the Jesters to keep attacking makes even less sense that his sister would have any connection to be able to figure out where he is.
It's not about a connection to know where he is, it's about something to draw him out.
Yeah, like
Geo
kidnapping
is clearly
yeah. But I mean, he needs our help no matter what then, because if he joins us or doesn't join us, she's in danger because of him.
Right, but it's an enticing offer to also add protection to that mix, to make sure that we are, that the Jesters, of course, are trusted and capable to handle something like that.
I offered Geo multiple times to come over here, not even just to join, but just to, right?
So
I mean,
you
we can
never
ask
made
her,
it.
we can ask her just to come live here and see what she wants to do, but then she won't leave Vi, and then Vi probably won't leave his mansion or his people, because he was already too stubborn about that. But maybe he's different. Maybe he's not such an asshole. Maybe that was just the mind control stuff doing it. Maybe he's thinking more clearly now and willing to come.
perhaps. Again, he's probably in no condition to argue, and sharing that information with Joshua, I think it's safe that he would agree.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to them though. I mean, this isn't something we can promise, but I mean, yeah, people are free to live here.
Where did Nick go? Did he disconnect? Like,
He's up.
crap. Right. But essentially offering protection and oh, you're back. Wonderful.
It kicked me for inactivity. I was just like,
Yeah.
oops.
Oh, that sucks.
I heard all but like the last like 30 seconds. It was like you probably said something, and it was like waiting for a retort, and then no one said anything. I'm like, wow, they must be really thinking like hard about it.
Yeah. No, but Dristal is trying to get Nor to join the Jesters so that it solves the Jesters' problem of causing too much havoc with the crown and putting them on high alert, along with giving Nor the resources to take down the targets he needs more easily and make sure his sister isn't targeted by the crown due to the Viper's weakened forces, especially
I was gonna be like,
with
yeah,
Vyet.
you guys just keep talking. I'm gonna go ask Icky something real fast. Vi gets up, moves over. Vi's gonna do some lawful evil stuff. Hold on. Icky, come outside for a second. I want to ask you something.
Sure.
So, Mr. Crazy Vigilante guy in there is attacking people for whoever by himself, but not part of the Vipers anymore. But they may still think he's part of the Vipers. If we let him just keep attacking them, that might start a fight between the Vipers and the Crown, weakening both of them even further. I don't think we should help him. Just fuck it. Let him keep doing it.
You can see it that way, and I understand that tactical advantage, but at the same time, that's going to make it really difficult for us when we actually decide to make our move.
Right.
And then, because they're going to be on high alert that people are killing their members, even if it is the Viper, it doesn't matter. A group of people walking into the crown is going to be, assault on sight, even if it isn't already assault on sight.
Well,
Two, you are assuming a heavy assumption that they are going to assume that he's still with the Vipers, and then the Vipers are going to get pulled into it.
Or what?
And that's still an assumption.
Or what? They don't think he's part of the Vipers, and they think he's a random guy attacking them, and then no one gets pulled into it, nothing happens.
Yeah.
And
Just like you can assume that they'll go for him. My assumption is the exact opposite. Playing devil's advocate there.
But there's no like bad outcome for us. It's either a good outcome or no outcome for us.
Look, I guess this is my question to you. What do you want out of the Jesters?
I want to take the town so we can make sure that everyone is safe that deserves it. But from how he's doing it and is murdering people over there, I mean, it's not the
from his point of view, they murdered his younger sister, and he's getting revenge.
Sure.
So you're saying that if one of our denizens had someone murdered, that we wouldn't go take care of it.
Yeah, we wouldn't.
We wouldn't go take care of it.
I mean, if someone murdered them in our town, yeah. But if someone came over from their territory to attack us, then that's just we're still fighting them.
So my point is that his ideal is that those that do wrong to others get a just punishment. Someone killed his sister, he's revenge.
We aren't going to police things for other people. We police things that belong to us in our territory. That's why we need all the territory first.
you got to understand that it's not just if you're trying to build something where you want justice and things for properly for all. This is why I'm asking you what you want from the gestures.
But it's what you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and that's fine. But if you break all your eggs to make an omelet, you can't make a cake. And I'd much rather a cake than an omelet. Something much more complex, much more desirable than an omelet.
I'm not looking that
You're
far
looking
into
short term.
Yeah,
that's my point.
I'm looking more of like
and
an
I'm
omelet
looking.
first.
Yeah, my point is.
Make the cake later. We can get more eggs.
No. That's not how that works. There's a finite amount of eggs.
I don't think there is.
So, I'm asking you now for later. Do you want the gestures to be an omelet, or do you want it to be a cake?
I'm okay.
You want it to be if you want it to be an omelet later on. That's done, and just a very one-tone thing. Then we can keep doing things your way.
I'm happy with the omelet. I mean, a cake would be nice, but I think that's too...
But is Ezekiel and the people you work with, do you know what they want?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all want an omelet.
Sure. Because...
I mean, like, the way you're saying is, like, why not have an omelet and a pie and, like, this and that and keep going and going and going. Like, it becomes harder and harder and harder. We're trying to get
because you're thinking way too short-sighted, Vi.
I don't know. I think you're looking too far into the future. I mean, we're just trying to get the basic stuff done. We're fighting in a war here. It's not like we don't have time for kids.
Yeah, and what happens after the war? You're not going to be an enforcer forever, are you?
Oh, maybe.
Is that really the life you want?
Yeah. Wait, what's wrong with being an enforcer? Once the war's done, I can actually be a
so
proper...
much other things other than just war. And I get it. I steal for a living, and it doesn't make much sense for me, but yeah, it does.
My role and job has nothing to do with a war. My role and job has to deal with the town. Now we're having a fight war.
My point is that you're trying to crack a bunch of eggs in a war.
I'm just trying to crack one small egg.
But you're trying to get him to keep attacking things so that the crown attacks the Vipers. But then that makes the Vipers a less than adequate ally to us if things get worse. Which I feel like they are. And while in a short-term goal of getting the Jesters in control of everything, once the Jesters are in control of everything, it's like breaking the legs of the horse of your opponent. But after the race, you buy the opponent's horse. But now you have just a horse with a broken leg.
It's more like tranquilizing the horse so it seems bad, and then we buy it afterwards, and then it's
No,
fine.
it's not. It's not like tranquilizing the horse. You're telling them to, get into a fight. You're physically taking resources, manpower, people. People will die. And I get it. I don't care about the people dying. But if you're trying to secure something permanent for the Jesters, this isn't the way to do it.
Seems like it is. I mean, you're saying things, but you're wrong on those. Like, we're not killing
you can say
all
I'm wrong, but
people.
you haven't. It is not.
It's a singular guy attacking them that's going to attack them no matter what. Neither we get the pressure on us, or they get the pressure on them, right? No one gets the pressure except for him. Either way, it's going to be him and whoever he's siding with. So if it's with us, we get that pressure.
That's not the same thing, because then it puts our enemies on much higher alert to make it harder for us. And then we have to deal with that later on.
Based off what he's saying, he's going to attack them no matter what. Even if he's with us.
At least if he's with us, we can monitor it and keep things more calculated. I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying, that it's less risk to us. And perhaps other people in the Jesters would agree with you. I don't think Echo would agree with this. She's the person I take most of my orders from. This is not the way we do things. But you outrank me, so what does it matter? What does my opinion matter to someone?
Now you see, I was going to counter with something, and now I'm thinking it's a bad idea. Because I would say, as a schemer, Alice would probably agree with me because it's the most logical and best way of doing things. But I don't like Alice, so. Okay. Here's the thing. You're right about half of it, but I'm right about the other half. I think logically it is.
I mean, we can agree to disagree.
I think it's
fine.
the best strategical plan to do this to get the most gain for us as the jesters to push forward. But if we're talking about like what's going to get us the most like karma or like
it's like karma, it's just long term. I'm thinking on the long term. But I can't say I want to be a trickster for the rest of my life. I can't say that this is what I want to do. I've already told you that as soon as everything blows over, I'm done. I'd much rather leave the entirety of the gesture a better place than I came, putting a more stable system in place. And if you want to enforce it for the rest of your life, that's on you. But that's not something I want to do. And thinking that I left something that's half-assed mediocre, that as soon as I leave, things are going to crumble, not saying that they will. I'd rather put much more of an effort to put in place a lasting dynasty that could help potentially people not be orphans than...
If we never interacted with the Vipers at all and everything, and this was brought to me, I would probably say, nah, this probably isn't a good idea. But after interacting with them and like how much they drag on their feet, how like horribly like everything went on over there, they don't really seem like the most like put together group. But that's just because, again, I can't really speak for the other Vi because he was like being mind controlled of sorts, so maybe he's not that shitty of a leader. Maybe the Josh Cook guy is more than just a fucking cook and he's gonna be an awesome leader or whatever, but I don't know. Like, it just seems like I'm okay with them like losing some people over there that are in charge in order to make it easier for us to take it. Because if they get into a little fight over there, and you know, like a few of them die, and a few more crown die in the process, and they're like, oh, we're desperate now. Now we need to side with the jesters and let them have the area, or we all die, and we easily can just swoop in and take it, and then fortify it, and then now it's like, oh, the Vipers are gone. Now you don't have to deal with them anymore, right? And then it's just now we have this, and the crown's are slightly weaker from him killing some of them, and also the Vipers killing some of them, so we can easily take the crown later. But that's just what I was thinking. Because the other alternative is him just joining us, and then now we have to take the heat for the Vipers yet again.
But once again, it's not... We don't have to take the Vipers. They're going to submit. It's not a matter of if or and. It's much more of a solid deal than I think you think it is.
No, it is. It is. I'm just saying.
So it's like if you had I don't think it's the right course of action. But once again, I can only give you my perspective. Okay. We can agree to disagree.
Random guy in there wants a leader position. What do you think the leaders of the Vipers?
Once again, I wasn't promising a leader position. I'm saying a captain, someone who just.
He's gonna start off at the bottom and he works his way up. So everyone else.
Yeah, but I didn't just start at the complete bottom. I got boosted way higher than everyone else who was in line to be a trickster.
Because of the actions you can do. I mean, like, you didn't just walk in like, yeah, you're awesome, here's your role, right? You actually did stuff.
Yes, and I'm proposing he do the same thing.
Yeah, and he will, if he can.
And like I said, it would be similar to what I am, not necessarily, above a thug, just someone who's much more in control of not the group, not the gang, but give him a group of thugs. Give him
only 4 ranks: the leader, the officers, the ones with roles, and then the goons, the mooks, the basic guys that didn't make it. They weren't good enough. They had no strengths or anything. So we just you can join.
Do you think you can run a city with 4 ranks?
Yeah, we've been doing it.
I feel like you don't quite get that yet. There's much more intricacies and things that go on behind the scenes than just 4 ranks. Yeah, I get that trying to keep everyone in line and make sure that everyone who is important stays, loyal. But trying to entrust a mook to do a higher official's job when there's only 4 people. Remember, four leader positions to run in town. You got someone to make decisions. Okay, that's Ezekiel. You got the one who advises him, Echo. You got the one who's saboteur. Huh?
Echo and all the other ones.
Yeah, and all the other ones to advise him on certain things within a city. But there's also economics. There's also religion. There's also...
Sure, we can make him a banker if you want. Whatever.
Once again, Vi, it's long-term, not short-term.
We can probably make him a banker if we take the city.
But before I say anything more, I just want to know what you want out of the gestures. Like I said, this is where I'm deriving this from. If you want something short-term, cool. We'll just do what you want. I mean, sure, that gets you the best short-term results. I just figured you wanted something more from the gestures. I figured you wanted to make sure that Ezekiel knew how useful you were in creating something that was long-lasting and stuff like that.
I'm just trying to make Ezekiel happy. Ezekiel wants the city to take it over so we can monitor it and run it properly for the good of everyone here. And I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get it for him. That's it.
I don't feel like you're doing the best way. I feel like you're doing the quickest way.
Yeah. We've been trying to do it for like 5 years. We've been trying to do it for 5 years now, it seems like. Even longer than that. Not even the quickest. It's just a way to slightly give us a little bit more of an edge, potentially.
I think your edge is kind of hollow. I think it might seem sharp now, but it might be a detriment to us later.
We are in the war.
Ultimately, Vi, I'm nothing more than just a pawn at this point. If we can agree to disagree. You can think I'm ignorant and don't know what I'm talking about. That's fine. I have no leverage of power to stand.
It doesn't even matter. I'm just telling you this because it seemed like a good idea to me. I'm gonna bring it all up to Ezekiel and see what he says because I really don't care either way. If he thinks it's a bad idea because he wants your cake or whatever, then we'll get the cake. If we want the omelet, then we get the omelet. That's pretty much it. I don't care about the cake or the omelet.
I feel like you should. I feel like if this is where you're going to be for the rest of your life, you should care if you want the cake or the omelet. Having preferences, it doesn't make you weak. It just shows a little bit more of what you actually like and what you want. A little inhibition never hurt nobody. Being the best at something, that's cool and all, but why? Why do you want to be the best? Because it's good being the best? Cool.
I'm just trying to repay a debt here.
I feel like you're trying... are you trying to repay a quick debt, or are you trying to pay it back? Because if you're just trying to get it over with, then cool. Let's just get it over with. But if you're trying to pay it back, then let's take the time and aim for higher grounds.
This is kind of... I don't know. I don't really see it that big of a deal, but yeah, sure. Maybe you just value their lives more than I do.
It's much more of a strategic game of what we can use and how we can use it, rather than let's just use it because we can.
I guess
believe me, like I said, their lives mean nothing to me. We could send them all to attack the crown and we sneak into the back. I could care less, as long as that's more of in a opportune moment for us than just letting the crown start eating away at our resources. Because either way, they're going to...
I'm just kind of tired that all these people fight against us tooth and nail, and then as soon as they can't and they need us, they're like, oh no, we're cool, we can work together now. And I'm like, you should have just did it from the beginning. And I'm just tired of doing this over and over and over. We did it with each one of those little groups, and now we're doing it with the Vipers.
So,
if a few of them die off, I'm like, I don't have to deal with them.
I try to sell the gestures as something that they want to do, rather than you sell it as something they need to do. Well, I agree. They need to do it. But the trick is making them want to do it.
Yeah,
If you can get them to want to do it, the need is secondary.
that's the problem. And then once they realize they don't want it anymore, and then they're just kind of like, we're being so nice to them. Just, oh yeah, we're wrapping this up in a nice little bow for you, so you can be okay. Like they need us. They should be begging us to help them, not us begging them to help them. Right?
That's
like
not the way the world works.
Yeah, I know, and I'm just tired of it. So if a few of those people die off to me, I'm like, man, I don't have to deal with them anymore.
But if you let all those people die off, then it's just left with you and Ezekiel, and I'm sure you'd be okay with that. But would Ezekiel be okay with that?
I don't know. Those people that attacked us before and killed, Frank and all of them, like, I don't.
And that's
I don't
why
think,
I was asking those questions to Sun, because it seems like they would be against Exodus, and maybe siding with Exodus is much more of a smart idea than I initially thought. But I feel you on the people who killed Frank, but I'm sure there's been multiple people that Ezekiel wish he could have saved, and the whole reason why he's trying to take over the city is much more of a reason of
wanted to join the Jesters. They didn't need to. And
exactly, they wanted to. They didn't.
They betrayed us
to.
because they thought they wanted more.
So those people that killed Frank were part of the Jesters?
Yeah. They were the like remnants of like merchant houses and nobles that had money before the war, but then after the war, like they fell on hard times and stuff, but they still had their wealth and whatnot. So they wanted to come in and be like, yeah, we want to be part of this little group because you guys are doing really well and you're making money and stuff, and we want to be part of this, and we want to be like leaders too, and we want to be like, I'll run like the docks, and then this person will run like the merchants and the shops and everything, and this will run that, and this will run that, and they were slowly taking things and stuff under the table, and then they slowly started moving in, trying to get higher ranks and stuff, because they say like, oh yeah, we bring a lot to this place, and they're not really doing anything except for like lining their own pockets with stuff. And eventually they just were happily just accepted in, and didn't feel like they were like needed to be here, and they just eventually wanted too much, and they wanted to kill Ezekiel and us and just take over the whole thing for themselves. And that's how Frank died, from just being too nice to people. And yeah, so I'd rather just people that need us, that feel like, oh yeah, I can't get rid of them, we need them.
I sympathize with what happened.
That's fine.
But at the same time, you're eventually going to run into that same problem where people are going to say, well, why do we need them? If you keep treating them like trash, why do we need their protection? Why do we need this?
I'm going to keep treating them like trash. We don't treat anyone like trash. Treat people that aren't with us like trash, potentially, because they snub us.
But what that doesn't convey the message you want. Then you want people to need us. You want people to have a reason to say, I'm with the Jesters. Say it proudly. But whenever you talk or try to recruit people and you talk to them like they're less than shit, how can I look at myself and say, this is the kind of organization I'm a part of?
I talk to them like they're enemies on the wrong side of a war. They are.
I was trying to recruit him, trying to get him to join us of his own free will.
Yeah. And he asked for a lot.
And is it a lot?
Be a leader?
We already protect the people that are on our side of the border. Moving someone from one side to the other side and protecting that person doesn't seem a lot. You can put a name to it if you say
anyone can join us. I say this over and over. Anyone can join us at any time, and if you can prove yourself useful to do something here, we allow you to come in. But if you're just dead weight or disruptive or just causing problems, we don't murder you or kill you and tell like that. It's like, oh, you can't be part of us. You suck. Die. Right? We just say you can't be here. You can't be part of the Jesters.
You sound like the elitists you want to destroy. You sound like the crown who we were nobles, and it gives off such the wrong message that you understand. I left that table because sometimes you speak about the gestures in that way. It just like I forget that we're a gang, but then I forget like wow, the way that she talks about it just makes us sound like fucking scum.
Really?
And
a free place?
Yeah,
if you earn your keep, you get rewarded based off how well you work.
The way you
just
were
because
trying
like
to
you're
sell.
doesn't matter if you're royalty or whatever, you don't get extra because of that. If you actually you earn your money for a hard day's work, and not just because you were lucky enough to be born somewhere. Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. Not like the crowns that are dicks that are just like, yeah, you're royalty, here's all your shit, and oh, you're a commoner, get out of here, right? Like
That's not the way you sell it, though. That's not
exactly
the way
what I just said.
If it was as good as you said it would, why is it that whenever you started talking about the gestures, his tune of instantly wanting to join changed? Can you explain that to me? If it's such the amazing grand deal that it was, you realize that whenever I was talking, things seemed okay, cool. There's opportunities. Yeah, things are going. But as soon as you start talking about the gestures and what we can offer and what we do and what's the benefits, he's out.
I don't know. He joined the Viper. Maybe he's just stupid. But I mean, I'm just saying. Look, this is how I do things. I'm not the best salesman. I tell you exactly how it is. If it sounds good, then cool, you made the right choice. If it's wrong, then you probably don't understand or you're stupid, right? Like if you don't like because he's like, I just want to be a leader. I'm like, oh no, you just have to, if you're good as what you are doing or what you can do, then you can be a leader if you're good enough to be one. You don't get deemed a leader just because you make a deal and want to be one. That's not how we work. We don't just give these positions away. Like, he can start at the very bottom and be where I am in a day if he is that damn good. But I mean, if he does not prove himself useful or worthy of being that, then he's not. And if he has a problem with that, if he has a problem with being told that he's not good enough to be a leader, then fuck him, right? That's on him. I mean, like, we're not like just being a dick to him because like, oh, he was a Viper or he's not a noble or because of where he was born. Like, no, we reward you based off of how well you do, how much work and effort you put in. I don't see a problem with that.
There isn't a problem with that. It's the way you say things, and part of me feels like
I'm not the best salesman. It's fine, sure. Maybe I say things improperly, but I know what the Vipers stand for, and I like it, so I'm fine with that. The gestures.
And I would never question your loyalty to the gestures. I'm just... Sometimes when you talk about the gestures, it honestly makes me ashamed of being a part of the gestures. Because while I get about being the best, and it doesn't feel... Yes, you work and you're rewarded equally on how well you do things. But I don't know, maybe just the way you talk to people doesn't sit well for me.
Probably.
And that's fine. That's as you once said, that's why I'm here. But if I try and do something and you say something that contradicts and completely destroys everything, then what's the point of me being here?
Yeah, like how you trying to like rob the people in town, even though you're like a higher ranking member and not the highest.
You realize I take things and little bits. I always leave something else.
I mean, like the idea is you're stealing from people. And I stop it. I don't just like, oh no, you can do that. It's fine. You're a member from us. You can steal from whoever you want, right? Like I don't do that. We don't.
When was the last time I stole from someone?
I'm just giving it as an example. Like you can see how we work. We don't just give favoritism and stuff like that.
I understand that, but it's communication is just as key as telling things as they are and brute strength and all those other things. Being sly.
Well, here's the thing. Next time I start saying something really silly about and you think I'm saying something or giving the jesters a bad rep from what I'm saying, you can just stop me and say like, I think you mean like this, and I'll be like, yeah, that's what I mean, and we can have it there. We can talk about it. But yeah, I know I'm not the best at I guess making things sound good. I just tell them how it is. I don't like to.
And I feel like there's a time and place for that. And in a place where the matter at hand here, I feel, is subjective.
Yeah.
We both want different things, and the arguments we're having is completely natural. We both want the best for the guild, but at the same time, we're just going about it at two different places, and it's counterproductive.
I guess it's like reading.
So,
I know multiple times I have been told by people we interacted with that when you guys start talking to them, it's kind of like, sure, you guys start talking to them, and then I step in and say the thing that you're trying to say, and they're like, yeah, I like her. What she said was better. That made sense. I mean, it happened recently with Ox, but I mean, that made more sense because of who he was. But there was a few other people that did it too, it seemed like. I just came in and told them how it was, and they're like, I like that straightforwardness. And I'm like, yeah, me too. I guess it's based off of just the individual people we meet, but we don't really know what they want until we both say it. So I guess it's best if we all just say what we want to say, and then let them decide which one sounded the best.
Yeah, unfortunately, the order in which they come kind of dictates the flow of conversation.
Yeah, so how about this? How about you go first, since yours is like the less aggressive and more of like, I don't know, nicer way. And if it doesn't seem like it's working, then I come in and strong arm it.
I mean, I feel like that'd be the best course of action.
Yeah. Like this way, I allowed Dristal to go first, and sure, they made a deal, but then
I don't know why Dristal is talking for the Justice.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's why I was confused. That's why I spoke up. But I was like, I guess I gotta come in. Cause I'm like, what are you talking about? Making him a leader? So yeah, Dristal, you can promise whatever you want. You're a high-ranking member of the Jester. You can make him all the leaders you want. I mean, you can make him a manager at the blacksmith place because you're a business owner. But yeah, other than that. Yeah, it's like, okay, cool. That's kind of how I thought that was gonna go. I didn't think you would like agree with me 100%, and it would be like, yeah, that wouldn't even need to ask you.
Yeah, like I said, what you're saying has merit, both tactically, and I just can't say what is the best option. I feel that it's the long-term plan of making a stronger ally, but if in hindsight things are much more of a turn and burn kind of situation, then you're right. Just hoping that I feel like
it wasn't necessarily weakening the Vipers, it was more of weakening the Crown, so when we do have to fight them, it's easier for us to take the thing place so less of us die in the process. Right? If the idea is more like Crown and Vipers have to die versus Crown and Jesters have to die.
But see, this is where I'm. If Sato is really backing the Crown, which we're almost 100% he is, and the Sato lends him some of those corrupted people. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're strong, but some people, if we didn't know the whole idea with water, which now makes kind of sense with Tess, they could overwhelm 10, 15, 20 people per person. And that could sway sides really easily. So if they have that kind of number and the Vipers are not prepared, they could just get eradicated and the Crown not lose anything. In that case, we've lost an ally, and now we know that they have super strong people.
We gain information, but that's fine.
Yeah, but is that little bit of information worth sacrificing? A group of people that may or may not help us.
So here's the thing. Luckily, I don't have to think about that. Because in my head, I'm like, if I had to make a choice, I would do my way. And if you had your choice, you would do your way, and probably just would do your way too. But, that's fine. It's each of us. That's why we have groups of people in the Jesters that are really good at crunching these numbers to figure out the best, highest win rate of what we can, like what gives us the most gain, right? That's why I'm just saying I'm not going to make this decision. I can talk to this guy and be like, yeah, sure, this is what we're able to offer you for joining us, but that's all we're going to offer you. And if you want, yeah, I can personally ask Geo to come live in my house if you want her to, or like down the street, and I can just check up on her every now and then, every day when I go on patrol. I can do that as a personal thing, but not necessarily as like extra stuff you're getting from the jesters, right? This can be a thing that you can just ask us to do for you. And, right, so that's where I was going to come in at. But, yeah, like,
I mean, we're also not even considering that Nor may have more intel about the Vipers. Maybe they've got some kind of trick or, secret weapon or some bullshit like that he knows about.
Yeah.
Knowing that could also be beneficial. But I understand what you're saying, and I know that I didn't give you the answer you were looking for.
You did. You kind of did. I mean, like I said, I thought you would disagree with me and have reasons why. Like, because if you didn't, why would I come on and ask? Like, hey, I think I should do this. You'd be like, yep, that's a good idea. I'm like, cool, go back inside. Like, why would I need to know that? I'm going to do it either way. Like, if I had the choice, but I don't make the choice here. I'm still going to give both sides to Ezekiel and see what, and he's going to probably give it to the schemers, and they're going to decide what we do.
Well, yeah.
I don't choose all this stuff, right? That's not my job. I'm just an enforcer.
You sure Ezekiel's not trying to groom you to be his replacement?
I don't know. I'm older than him, I think.
I don't know. I mean, it seems kind of... I can't name... I mean, I know you're, an enforcer and you're out and about and all that, but it seems kind of interesting to give a bunch of tricks, or like put a trickster in your care. Like, I know I'm supposed to keep you safe, but I mean, if he really had super confidence in your abilities,
Actually, technically, my group's the smallest group. I don't have anyone. I didn't want anyone because I wasn't going to be a leader. Everyone has a trickster and an enforcer and all these other things. We all have our own people. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you are good enough, people pick you to like be like how you're talking about different ranks. So they're not ranks. They're just like you get picked a lot by the general. So you're like their trickster or their whatever, right? So you go out with them. Like you get paid every day for coming out with me. But like other tricksters that don't do anything all day don't get paid because they're just not good enough to do anything. But they're still good enough to somewhat be a trickster because they're better than being a basic guy that just wanders the streets. So yeah, like it's we don't need ranks because as soon as you stop doing your job, someone else kind of replaces you. That is willing to do your job. So it kind of keeps like people wanting to do their job, or they But yeah, I'm just gonna bring everything to Ezekiel. He can choose what he wants to do. But also about him trying to groom me to take his spot, it's actually the opposite. He's trying to get me to quit this job and go live a life and settle down and have kids and all the other bullshit.
So why don't you?
Because I still want to give him what he wants. Not
what he wants is for you to live a life. So
not what he wants that for me, but what he wants is to make sure this town is good. And like again, I could
sure that's not what you want?
I could
I feel like you're projecting a little bit. I walk back into the bar. Don't let her finish.
I could stop all that in order to live my life, but he may lose the city.
Oh goodness.
Sorry, that was a really long.
Oh no! Like it makes sense because Vi and Dristal were having a equally long conversation too.
Vi looks back. So what are you guys talking about? Like blacksmith shit or something?
Yeah. Well, you guys were gone for a while, so Dristal has been just trying to has been reestablishing rapport after.
Do you know how to make an omelet?
You didn't like. Do you like cake or omelets better?
Yeah.
Like cake, pussy, and just walks away.
Oh God. No. Dristal is now trying to. Dristal is laying things out straight because that argument between Vi and Dristal was a bit intense and information was not very clear.
Funniest thing about the whole argument was he can't even be like, man, the jester is dysfunctional. It's like, what are you talking about? It's a jester talking to a business owner. He's not a jester.
No, but Ezekiel is definitely a business owner type.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, but Dristal is going to go on and inform him of, well, he had a very similar deal not too long ago with Ezekiel. Corroborate to make sure someone else was kept alive and to keep them safe. He is also going to say that they're he is open to negotiations, and someone of his caliber can, of course, show his skill, be ranked high. As far as a leadership role, he probably can't be a leader as far as the title, but he can be in charge of like a group of underlings in some sense, like an enforcer with his group of grunts and mooks, as to put it, to assist him, and with the resources of the largest faction of the city aiding him in his quest, along with keeping his sister under protection as a possibility, seems a lot more easy to get everything that both sides want. But so that's how Dristal has been trying to talk and phrase the situation. He is I will say above game it was hilarious, like it was fun to have that heated argument between the two, but it really did shoot Dristal in the foot because there was just a lot of miscommunication between us, I guess between them. Yeah.
It was communicated. It was communicated. Is Vi thought it was stupid, and then she kept asking like, "Why would I send people?" And then you never just said like, "No, they can come here." And then after we went back and forth a few times, then you finally said it.
No,
like, oh, okay.
I did say that, but it was lost in communication. That's why he waited to like. So when he said, "So you said," sort of thing, I just let Vi say what she was saying, but then after said, "You're almost right. Here are some clarifications, and to give you more context, because how you understood it seemed poor, but that is not how I was. But that is not what I was saying."
And then based off of the what you want, it sounds nice. It sounds awesome, but it's not. It's going to be really hard to do that because like if you just like hey, you come hang out with us, you work for us, you help us do good things. Your sister comes here, she lives happily ever after, whatever it has to be with. Everything's all nice, right? But then it was like, oh no, she's not going to come because she wants Vi to come too. But then Vi's just not going to willingly come because he has a mansion and a place he runs, and he's probably going to still be kind of stubborn and dragging his feet on like leaving there. So now we have to deal with him, and then we got to like kiss up to him to make him want to come, just to keep her safe, just to get this random guy into the jet. It's like, I was like, nah, fuck that. It's way too much work.
It really is not that hard to tell one person like Vi to move to a new location with him on the mend, and someone like Josh kind of signing off for it, and Gio being Vi's helper, and with the Enrico also being part of the Jesters. is able to work from anywhere in their district. Like, yeah, you'd have to live in a different part of the city for a while, but everything else is the same, and you could get treated possibly faster because, I mean, Bailey can be there too to pitch in with when it comes to matters of like mage magic. I mean, she does focus on like Aeon and Corrupt, but I don't think it's a far cry from what Riku does. And also you have Echo and everyone else around, and Vi, again, a high-profile person.
If they're willing to like, if they're willing now, if they were like, okay, yeah, we surrender to the Jesters, we'll give you our territory, then we can probably talk about doing that pretty easy. But I'm not getting
right.
I don't think we're gonna be happy. Like, oh yeah, we can just have the leader come over here and they can just use us to get help and blah blah blah. It's not a good idea. It doesn't seem good to do that.
It's called building rapport and establishing good faith between the groups.
We did that a lot already.
Yeah, and every group has decided to join us. Besides, the Ben and
we did
Jerry
it with the
thing.
Vipers a hell of a lot. Like they should have gave up already.
Well, they are a bigger territory, so of course a lot more work needs to be put into that. And the leader, of course, at the time is not really in his right mind. But when Vi is back in action, understood that we went out of their way to help, and the Gestures are a far more capable force. He can still work in it, acting like he used to be, but of course working alongside the Jesters for the common goal. It's called an investment in that case. And working with someone's emotions positively will reap great rewards.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like the idea, the Vi is already saying like, okay, we put a $100 investment, they get $1,000. Cool. We put $100 in. Like no, put 20 more in. It's like, but I'm already getting my max $1,000 reward. It's like, no, let's put 20 more in. It's like, no, we already put enough in. I'm getting my $1,000 no matter what. Now it seems like, why would I keep putting more investment in to just get the $1,000 back when I'm already right? It's like I'm not getting any more reward out of this. We're already getting the Vipers. It seems like based off how much we put in already. Bending over even further backwards to help them is just, yeah, we're just helping, like, or to waste time trying to like if we're just like, hey, come with us, we're making things better, and he's just like, okay, yeah, sure, no problem. Like, okay, yeah, easy, no problem, right? I don't think it's gonna be that easy to get him to come. That's Vi's main concern. But again, like I said, Vi still said he wasn't in his right mind. Maybe he's not that big of a dick. Maybe he'll come pretty easily, and we don't have to deal with all this, and it's fine. But we don't know how hard it's gonna be, so we can't promise anything.
Also, I feel like Josh is the one in control right now, not Vi.
Yeah. So I thought those would be established.
Yeah.
Like he was stepping down, but I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, like Josh is at least the stand-in leader, and Josh already likes likes you guys. Well, I mean, Vi, Icky, and
Sure.
Has he actually talked with Ezekiel at all? Because
Did they talk once?
I don't think so.
No, yeah, they should probably talk to them. We should probably do all of that.
yeah,
I think that was in the works, but
Yeah.
I
So
think we got a lot of things glossed over.
This is basically Vi would come back after you guys are talking. We'll talk in character about kind of what we just did a little bit to make it quicker.
right. But I'm just trying to patch things over and salvage the situation that Dristal was building up, so Nor can feel confident in the Gestures.
I don't know if there's any salvaging it. I think it's all
feel
really
like-
just.
Okay.
I mean, this is just Nick talking about the game. I
Yeah.
think the discourse between them already proves his point that he didn't meet people. So, like, I think there was like a one-shot chance that it would work, but at this point, he seems like the arrogant type that just he might not do it. He might think about it, but
That's what Vi thought. Like
there's no more fixing it. He has to he's got to really fuck up and hurt himself, and then he'll be back.
Like
I mean,
he'll
that's like,
have to need us to want to join us, right? So he's like, oh well, I don't need you right now. So what are you willing to offer to like allow me to join you? It's like nothing. Right, that was the point, and Vrisk's like, no, we'll offer you this, and I was like, no, you don't. Yeah, that's kind of how she thought it was sounding. He just didn't sound like a good enough person that she even cared about.
Right. So going back, like these are potential things that they could do and benefits that he has seen the Jesters provide to someone who isn't technically even into the Jesters himself.
The only thing Mike cares about him is that he cares about his sister, like right, like she's okay helping with that part, but not to get him into the Jesters. Right.
Now, he wanted to know about benefits, which, okay, yes, you actually want to comply with that information. Dristal was doing that about potential benefits, pertaining to the sister, that he already knows that someone like the Gestures, Ezekiel, has approved on in the past. Now, you have him hooked on that, have him feeling, but you then have to establish a point of contact to move him on to the next step, so that they don't have time to slack off and ruminate on. So my next step was to have him contact Ezekiel, either over the sending stone that we were carrying, or to meet at the location at the guild hall to have that discussion.
Yeah, Vi has a solution for all that.
Have him prove his skill. It's just about how to phrase it, and how to phrase it was the most important part.
Yeah, so when Vi comes back, we'll talk in character because we could probably have the same conversation in character. So Vi would just be like, "So you guys, what you guys talked about? You guys done? Did you guys figure things out? You want me to kind of explain what our offer could potentially be to help this whole situation?"
Yeah.
What's the question again?
You want to join us, but you want to make sure your sister's going to be safe.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And we can have you in contact. We can have you in contact with Ezekiel to talk more about that kind of detail, since it's a special benefit. As far as please, correct. Elaborate on that point, Vi.
So what I was thinking was, we need to talk with Josh about all this, and Vi, and you, and everyone else anyway. So why don't we set up a meeting with everyone? Why don't everyone come to the meeting? We all talk to Ezekiel, and we say look, we want the territory. We want to have control of it. You guys can do what you got to set up the kind of run things while we also monitor it. Your sister can come further into this territory with Vi to have a place to live here while he rests and recuperates as part of the Jesters now, not a Viper member or whatever. While he's resting, Geo can watch over her or him. I'll even say I'll go check on them every now and then, whatever. I'm not gonna we'll allocate a bunch of forces to monitor this house, but I mean that'll be kind of suspicious. We can watch over them, all that good stuff, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can join if you want. I don't that's on you. If you don't want to be part of this because you think you're better by yourself and don't want to join a team or whatever, that's on you. But we'll try to get your sister safe and everyone else anyway.
Cool. So what happens if I press the position whenever we do merge?
What kind of position?
Whatever position you guys can offer.
We don't really have several positions.
This city is going to be fairly large for any group to stay inside.
Yeah. So what usually happens is we monitor.
I just want to have my spot back in my area.
So
under a different time.
Yeah, we usually just monitor people, and if you're a decent person, whenever we need whatever role you fill, if you are the best at what you are, you get called for that all the time, and you get paid.
I'm not sure if you realize how impatient I am, but if this is going to be a constant grind for months to prove my worth, I don't.
Your worth is proven every day. If you don't just get a leader position and then get to slack off after that.
It's not chill. I'm a little bit too proactive for this slack.
Yeah. So you'll be working all the time, whatever role it is you are. You'll be getting paid handsomely for it. Like you don't get paid for like to be a role. You get paid based off the jobs you do.
I'll postpone my harassment of the crown until you guys have your little. Make it.
Yeah.
How long I put back.
So if you're good at killing crowns, then expecting that to happen a lot if you're good at it, and we need it.
You hear like a golf clap in the back. I mean, Iggy was actually very well with how Vi managed to
Ditto.
bounce back from
What
that.
she was doing to begin with. Like, I don't know. I just told him what I was going to tell him. I don't see why you had to beat around the bush.
The context of which she said it was much more of a leader and more appropriate, in my opinion, than what you were saying before.
Oh, 100 times better.
There was 100%.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know. He's like,
100%. There was 100% more
kind of like shorthand
dignity and things that were like, wow, the way she talked at that moment actually is like, cool. She's a respectable like member of something more than just a gang. Like, like I said, it legitimately impressed Icky.
So I think the
And
problem
Dristal
is
too.
maybe I allow you guys to talk first too much, and then she just listens to what you guys says, and then she has to like correct everything. No, we're not doing. And then she has to like basically backtrack over everything you guys say by saying it in her way, which is in like, no, we're not giving you that. We're not doing. And it sounds like kind of a dick move. But if she just comes as like, okay, this is what's gonna happen. This is what we do. This is who we are. This is what we got. Right. Like if she just does that, usually just very straightforward and like it makes sense usually. But again, like it's up to what people want.
There needs to be an amendment. Then we said that Icky starts talking, and then Vi would say something later, but it has to be the other way around. Vi needs to talk first, and then say, "You mean like this?" or to change.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
Anyways,
yeah, like when
I said, you get the slow golf clap, but like Icky's actually nodding her head, just like impressed.
It's like that's what I've been saying from the beginning. Guess I just needed to explain it better. I don't know. As an ego.
Yeah. That's 100% what you needed to do. I don't know where you found those kinds of words and the way you spoke them, but A+.
Yeah.
Good job. I don't mean that in a condescending way either.
Yeah.
Can you guys?
Nor's just like, yeah, okay.
We're done here. I'm gonna go talk to Ezekiel and tell him everything and see if we can set up a meeting. So I think we're supposed to have done that. I don't know if we told him this, but I think we're supposed to do this before, right?
So Josh mentioned he was going to speak with Ezekiel soon.
Yeah. So I'm saying, like, I don't know if we told Ezekiel.
He probably did reach out, but then y'all had that little portal situation, so he may have like, oh, I guess I can't come by right now.
Yeah. We're just gonna tell him about it then, just in case.
Right. So, I mean, does Joshua also have... No, he doesn't. Like, he wasn't taken to the group. No, I think like a sending stone so we could like... So we can set up an actual meeting while... no, you know what? Like, set an actual date for Nor with Ezekiel, like, while... Sorry, let me just... So we call Ezekiel up on the phone, like, now or in a couple minutes, to set an appointment for him and Nor and the others to meet up and talk.
I mean,
so that way it's like a set date, established time. Just something I learned, that when you show what the next step is, people are more likely to adhere to it when it's clear cut.
I can always just send a messenger.
Right, but don't we already have the sending stones?
Yeah.
I mean, those can be also a finite resource. We don't want to just be handing them every schmuck, you know.
Well,
No, we're
the
not
best way to
handing
handle it
to
right
a
now would probably be
schmuck.
for you
We're
to handle
like,
to call Ezekiel to get the date, and then have Icky send the messenger to Joshua because you don't have Joshua.
Yeah.
So make
Okay,
sure
yeah. Sending the thing to Joshua, like, is fine. I thought Ezekiel was mentioning to send it to Ezekiel instead. I was like, we can just call Ezekiel, but all right, yeah. But no, like, just set up an established date, say when we want to have the meeting, have it fresh in his mind and everyone else. That way, to have compliance. That again, that's a strategy I learned to help people stay on track more.
Cool.
Yeah. Right.
So as you guys handle your business, on your way out, Trina's gonna say, "Hey, don't forget about me."
Yes, I got you.
You hear behind her a guy clearing his throat. It's like,
I'm your husband. What are you?
I mean, what is that guy to you, anyways? His friend, coworker, employee,
Friend zoned guys.
her friend.
Married with 3 children.
she says it blatantly like that friend zone guy that just constantly tries to get at me. But I told him no like 8 times. But I mean, coworkers are kind of persistent. Well, fuck you too, Trina. Like, yeah, I love you too. Bye.
That's workplace harassment. Sexual harassment, Panda.